motion when it is your time to speak, and if we don't, we'll stand an item down. All right, Mr. Chair, bear with us while we get the YouTube live stream ready, and we'll be ready to start in a moment.
Oh, I forgot, yeah. Thank you, Adam. Okay, good afternoon. My name is Stan Komorik. I'll be your chair today. I just want to introduce some of my fellow panel members. On my left is Sophia Roddick and Dominic Gully. On my right is Laura Anderson and Don Taylor. And our manager of this panel, Barbara Bertosik, and Barb's staff down in the pit. Just want to do some opening remarks and get this party started. In accordance with Section 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that applies to property, permissions to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consents to sever property to create new lots. I'd like to do a brief land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. With respect to the hearing procedure, the Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid and in-person virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person. Some will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx. The meetings are also streamed on Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone and have the option of participating via video or audio. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelist when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5 minutes allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. Excuse me. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. With regards to decisions, people attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address, as the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may also be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, or in some limited circumstances to the OLT, the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons, and public bodies are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out on the bottom of the decision of the committee. With respect to our procedure today, I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are advised to, when the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for decision. Each speaker, including the applicant agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. We will comment when you are reaching the 5-minute mark. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee should have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure that the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. The individuals either in support or opposition of the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we first call on speakers in the hearing room and then those participating remotely. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When speakers are finished, the applicant agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the previous applicants. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Are there any declarations of interest from either the staff or panel members for any of the items in the afternoon agenda? Seeing none, we'll move on. Closed files we dealt with previously, so I would now like to run through the agenda to find what items are being deferred so that we can remove those and move forward with the active items. Madam Secretary Treasurer, I believe item number 22, is that being deferred or not being deferred?
Item 23, 22 planning has asked for it, but we don't have anything in writing.
Oh, okay.
So maybe the applicant can address that if they're willing
So we'll
to defer.
go through the regular agenda on that one.
Yes.
Okay. So item 23 is the applicant that's asking for the deferral?
Yes, for 5 LYNNGROVE Avenue.
Okay. And do we have the applicant online?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we do. Before we do that, though, one of the attendees, I didn't get a chance to microphone check for item number 22. Did not authorize the use of their microphone. So I want to catch that right now real quick while I can kick them out. Suishard Sharju, I see that you're here to speak about 20 CULNAN Ave, but you haven't authorized the use of your microphone. So please log out and log back in and make sure you authorize the use of your microphone so you'll be able to have a chance to speak when it's your turn to speak. Thank you. All right, Mr. Chair, I'm going to go ahead and get stuff ready for item number 23. So for item number 23, the agent has asked to be on video. So I'm going to go ahead and make them a panelist right now. Taras, I've gone ahead and made you a panelist, so you can now start your video by pressing the start video button at the bottom center of your screen, and I'll go ahead and unmute you. For your record, your notes, Mr. Chair, all 3 area residents are present on the call.
Okay. We'll check in with each of them as well then. Okay, good afternoon, Taras. Are we there?
Hi, hello. Hello?
Hello, hi. So you're requesting to defer the item?
Yes, we do.
Okay, can you just get a brief explanation or reason for deferral?
So we have received a notice from the zoning and we have another variance.
Oh,
So initially we had 2 variances in our listed and our waiver, and now we have 3. So
so missing variance.
that's the reason.
We have a notice issue. Okay. And so we have, we're just going to check in with the other neighbors that are online, and we'll come back to doing a motion. So we have Larry Smith.
In this case, Mr. Chair, it's Leon
Okay.
that will be speaking. One moment. Okay, they are unmuted.
Good afternoon.
Hello?
Hi, so the applicant is requesting to defer this item, so we're not going to get into the merits of it right now, but we just wanted to get your opinion on doing a deferral, if you're okay with that.
Yes, I need to know when the next,
Can you just, hold on. You've logged in twice, so you have to mute your other device, and we need your name and address.
at 3 LYNNGROVE. My name is Lona Smith at 3 LYNNGROVE, and we need to know then when the Committee of Adjustment will be considering this matter.
Absolutely. When it's rescheduled, everyone in the notice area will receive new notice.
The entire area, is that correct?
Yes, whoever received notice this time will receive it again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Claire Lamb.
Hello, I'm okay with deferring it.
Thank you. Marika.
Marika Hall, 11 Lynngrove. Mr. Chair and Committee, I am fine with deferring this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, panel members, we have everyone's input. I guess we're looking for a motion.
Chair, I'm going to move that the application be deferred for 5 Lynngrove Avenue at the request of the applicant in order to clearly identify variances that are missing.
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Reddick. All in favor? Okay, item is deferred. The next item, excuse me, that I believe is being deferred, or there's a request for deferral, is 29, 3350 Weston Road. Is that correct, Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, while you bring that up, I want to bring to your attention the agent has asked to be on video. So I'm going to go ahead and make them a panelist. Isabella, I've made you a panelist, so you can now start your video by clicking the Start Video button at the bottom center of your screen, and I'll go ahead and unmute you.
So can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, good. So we are the planning consultant for the owners of the site. We did request a deferral. The reasoning for this is because there is a related zoning and site plan application for this site, and TRSA comments came back regarding the severance line. They were not in favor of it, so we had to reconfigure it. And due to that, the lot configurations, the area frontages of the 2 lots have now changed. So we have submitted a revised draft R plan, a revised application form, and a revised set of architectural drawings to be recirculated to the reviewers. And this is just to ensure that we're accurately depicting what is now being proposed, which is the new severance outline.
Thank you.
And that's it.
Okay, thank you. I'm assuming there are no other speakers for this item.
Mr. Chair, there are no other speakers.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the panel then.
Is there anyone present in the room for 3350 Weston? No.
Looking for a motion? Mr. Taylor?
Mr. Chair, I'll move deferral to enable the applicant to adjust the boundary lines between the proposed lots.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Reddick. All in favor? Okay, item 29 is deferred. And I made the notes in the wrong place. Okay. That's the only two that I'm aware of, unless there's another item that an applicant wishes to request a deferral on that we have not been told about.
I'm not aware of any from applicants, but whether it's neighbors or staff, or do you
Okay.
want to deal with those in order?
I guess we'll do those in order as we go.
Okay.
Okay. So the top of the agenda being item number 20, 61 Granville Road. And this is an application to construct a new detached dwelling with an attached garage. There are 5 variances being requested. 1, 2, 3 of those variances have been amended since originally filed. So we now have a revised application. Forestry is requesting condition 1, and there is a support letter from the next door neighbor at number 59. And try to find my speakers list.
Mr. Chair, we have folks in the crowd in chambers to speak, and we do have someone virtually who wants to be on video. So we'll get to that when we get there.
Excellent. And the agent is Antonella Wild, and on audio. Okay.
Yeah, hello.
Good afternoon.
Hello, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon. If you, please go ahead.
Okay, I wasn't aware of any objection, but I will just do a short presentation and then address any concerns. As you can see, we revised the application in response to community planning concerns. The first was for lot coverage, which we reduced to 39.84, which is in keeping with approvals in the neighborhood, and it made for the community planning was comfortable with that. The second variance for GFA, or floor space index, was also reduced to 0.66. Again, in keeping with approvals and community planning suggestion. The third variance for front yard setback applies only to the box bays that you see projecting forward, and not the full walls of the house, not the garage face or the entrance or anything like that. It's just those two short sections of bays. The fourth variance for side yard setback was they approached the neighbor that was most affected, and they did sign a letter of support. They also spoke with the neighbor to the south, but attempted to and weren't able to connect, but didn't seem to have, or we don't know if they had any objection. The last variance for building length was also reduced to 17.6, quite minor in nature. It's 2 feet. We are aware of the urban forestry condition, and I'd be happy to answer any questions and address concerns.
Thank you. Any questions from panel members? If not, I believe we have an area resident here in person. And I have a number of people listed here, so I'm not sure who's speaking. Good afternoon.
I believe you can hear. Yeah, I can hear you. I believe I addressed you as Mr. Chair and panel members. Have I got 5 minutes to speak? If you could reset the clock, yeah. Okay. Yeah, so my name's Graham Furness, and my wife is Marianne Longo. We are the backyard house facing the backyard of 61 Gardenvale. So we have extreme concerns. I'll get straight to the point. I do have a document, so I'd like that to be presented to you. And please pause the clock. I have a document. You should have this up in front of you.
Was it submitted?
It was submitted and it was acknowledged, it was received.
Okay, so you can continue with your presentation. We'll pull up the document onto the screen.
I need the document to show you what I'm doing. So, yeah, please just pause the clock and I'll be to the point with the document up. I have visuals, which is my key point. Before the 11th, maybe on the 8th or 7th, way before the deadline.
Yeah, we never had one in the package, so. No, it's not there either.
Oh, apparently it was sent the 29th of December.
Mr. Chair, there is a second person that is looking to speak. They're virtual. They are logged in 3 times, so we're going to get some feedback when they first kick in, but we'll deal with that when we get there.
Well, it's not up to me.
Carry on?
Please.
Yeah, here we go. Okay, I'll be to the point. Our argument is that this is not a minor variance, it's a major variance, which we consider an overbuild and really in disrespect to the neighbors immediately adjoining the property. If you go down to the bottom of the second paragraph, first page, it's in yellow highlight. We have on page 2, which I'll get there in a second, there's a variance request for 44 Durban Road, our northern neighbor, at 35.3%. That's a minor variance, and it's clearly on the copy I have there. They're building a home at 196 square meters, and if you jump down in the second paragraph, and it's also on the original notice, the home at 61 Gardenvale is 189.77. That's 190 square meters rounded up. We argue that they're trying to build a home appropriate for a 50-foot wide lot, which is 44 Durban, on a 40-foot wide lot, which is 61 Gardenvale. It's excessive, it's unreasonable. We don't believe it's in the interest of anyone of the neighbors who currently live there. If you go down to 1, 2, 3, the last highlighted paragraph, is basically trying to build a 3,000 plus square foot home where the current variance allows a 2,000 plus square foot home. That's like a 33% excessive request. So let's get over to it. Let's turn to page 2. And on page 2, really quickly, this is the copy of what we happen to save for 44 Durban Road. You can see in the yellow highlights of variance request number 1, they're asking for 33, the existing variance was 33%, or the zoning bylaw, at 184 square meters, and they asked for 35.3 at 196.68. Again, GARDENVALE's asking for 190, rounded up by 0.3. They're overbuilding that property. Let's continue. The visuals are important here. Page 3. Okay, on page 3, this is taken from Google, just to show the houses on 46 Durban Road to the right and GARDENVALE to the left, and a copy of the site plan overlaid on 61 GARDENVALE. The blue dark line at left shows all of the backyard homes lining up. No one's extending or intruding on their neighbors. And yet, 61 GARDENVALE, you can only fit an oversized home one way on a thin property by pushing back and pushing out minor at front and sides. They're overextending the backyard. The red line, furthest left, shows the extent of the housing structure is extended to the end of 59 GARDENVALE's porch. Not the house structure, but the porch. And then the porch structure is of the new home is the next right red line, which is extending well beyond existing porch, existing precedents. It's unreasonable. And if we continue, next page shows what the house would look like at the bottom, or the markers. The house extends back in the picture to the midway point of the garage at lower left. It's a white garage. And you can see the peaked structure of 59 GARDENVALE, which is imposing to us already on the right. Now turn the page again. This picture is taking a flat drawing and showing, from our perspective, that tower is it's like a fire tower in a backyard. It's going to overshadow us. And a peaked porch is also going to be overshadowing us and clearly is unjustified. It's right in our visuals and affecting our security, privacy, and the value of our life and home. Turn to the next page. This is the picture from our bedroom window. Again, we have the marker points of the white garage, which is where the home extends, and the porch and the structure on the right of 59 GARDENVALE. Turn the page again. This is how imposing this home is and how overreaching it is into our backyard. Please turn the page again. This is the neighbor at 63 GARDENVALE. Here's their current home at the top diagram. You can see our home is just above the car. I've superimposed back to the garage point. This is the imposing nature of what our neighbor is going to
Assuming
experience.
you're coming close to your coming close to wrapping up.
And I am, yeah.
Okay.
It is wrap up. Turn to page 9. This is just what a reasonable, matching all other home back sets would look like. So this home was bought, it was 33% variance, even at 39, that's an overreach. And also so I'm wrapping up, on your notice of hearing, it does say on page 2, you make your decisions based upon our presentations, but also the result of site inspections. No one, not the builder, no one from the city or whatever, have come to our home, stepped into our backyard, and my pictures were taken with an iPhone, which has a rounded kind of...
Please wrap up. Please wrap up.
Oh, yeah. So if someone were to stand in our backyard, they would see how imposing the existing 59 GARDENVALE is. And now we've got a home almost 10 feet deeper. It's unreasonable. So I'm wrapped up.
Thank you. Any questions from panel members of the deputant? Okay, no. Do we have a Katrina on the line? Thanks, Adam.
We do, Mr. Chair, and they've asked to be on video, so I'm going to go ahead and bump them to a panelist. Katrina, I've gone ahead and made you a panelist. So you should be able to start your video by clicking the Start Video button at the bottom of the screen. I'm going to go ahead and unmute you as well. Katrina, go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm not going to speak. I remain neutral. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. In that case, in that case, I'll ask for Antonella to come back.
Hello, hi, okay. Thank you, Graham, for your comments. I was looking at the site plan that the neighbor was referring to, and I believe they're referring to the original submission. If we look at, for example, the site plan of the revised set, you will see that the proposed porch doesn't reach the level of the porch to the north. I believe he saw it as extending well beyond. It does not. As well, the house was set back. Now, in terms of imposing, as well, the illustrations are a bit, based on the old submission, maybe they're still a bit, I want to say, exaggerated in terms of how they can impose. We are not requesting a rear yard setback. We're not requesting a height variance. The porch itself is only 1 story, and therefore it's, it also doesn't impose in terms of sight lines. Lastly, the person that is most affected is the northern side. And when we talked to community planning, these numbers that they requested us meet are exactly to match the ones to the immediate north. So they were approved for these numbers exactly or just slightly above. And that was to have us be in keeping with the neighbors and to match, the 4 tests as they did at 63 or 59. My apologies.
Okay, thank you. Do panel members have any questions at this point for the applicant? Mr. Taylor?
Yes, ma'am. With respect to variance number 4, could you tell us what the existing north side lot line is?
Sorry, variant. So variance number 4 is for the set. Oh, it's actually the same, I believe. I have to look at the survey to be 100% sure. But I believe that the sorry, just a moment. No, my apologies. It is 4 feet on the north, and we're reducing it to 3 feet. You're asking about the existing home, or are you asking about what we're proposing?
No, the existing home.
It was 3 feet. It was 4 feet.
14 what?
4 feet, so what is that in meters?
Sorry, 1.2 meters. It was 1.2 meters.
Okay.
The neighbor at the adjacent neighbor.
So the existing home was built with the minimum required side yard, and you're reducing it by 0.207 meters.
Right, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? No?
If you don't, I could point out one.
Last comments? Please go ahead.
Yes. With respect to side yard setbacks, if you notice that neighbor to the north has a side yard setback of 0.93 to its side yard, the adjacent side yard. So it too has a variance for its. It was granted a variance for its application.
Are you talking about number 59?
Yes.
Number 59. And would you say that your FSI is comparable to number 59 now that you've made the revisions?
Yes, exactly.
It's exactly the same, or is it a little bit more?
No, exactly or less. Like we weren't able to exceed it at all. So it's either exactly or just slightly less, but not more, no.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Sorry, we've got a question for the speaker, so. Yeah, come on up.
There we go.
I was just wondering, were you aware of the changes that have been made?
Yeah, I did find the documents after I sent in my initial proposal. I did the measurements. The housing structure, which I call the watchtower, is 1 foot, 1 foot and a quarter less protruding into the backyard than it was before. And we did notice the porch was pulled back as well by 6 feet. I did the calculations, so I don't know how to convert that to meters. But in terms of feet, it was only 1 foot and a quarter on the housing structure and 6 feet, maybe a quarter or something on the porch structure. And we did see the housing drawings, so we know now what it looks like. I didn't know at the time I submitted. But my drawings are accurate to what they seem to be building.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Actually, while you're up,
Happy to be here.
46 Durban is your address? 46
Ours
Durban?
is 46 Durban.
Okay. And I'm just looking at the location map right now. Do you happen to know what your FSI is? Just
No, I don't know. Is
square,
that
can you give me square footage on what it is?
of what our house is?
Yeah.
It must be around I know square footage. It's 3,000, maybe 100.
Okay, so it's not a small home.
No, it's on a 50-foot lot, though.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I guess if we can bring it into committee now, I'm assuming we're done with, no one else has any more questions for some discussion and or motion.
We don't have anything from community planning on this at all, do we?
There's nothing from planning. There's forestry condition, and that's basically it.
So community planning must be happy with the revisions that they've made, presumably.
That's all we can assume. There's been really no, there was really no comparison in terms of, you have the comparison to the house next door, but we didn't get a neighborhood comparison.
So Chair, just a couple of comments in discussion with panel members. I'm looking at the dwelling length that's being requested now. Very, very close to what the performance standard in the bylaw is at 17.6. I'm also looking at the coverage at 39.84. I believe it's pretty typical what you would find, notwithstanding the size of lot. And as far as the FSI is concerned, a reasonable size house for this lot too.
What's that convert to square footage? I didn't have my conversion table out. But that's about 3,000.
3,000 square feet,
yeah,
roughly.
Roughly.
And the front yard setback, it's not an issue. I don't believe it is. It's not an issue to me. And same with the side yard setback, a nominal change being requested there. I don't know how the other members feel.
Thank you, Dominic.
I feel the same way as Mr. Gully and would add, I'm strongly influenced by the fact that this proposal doesn't require a height adjustment or a rear yard setback adjustment. So I think in terms of massing, it's generally in keeping with what is permitted as of right. Close enough in my mind.
Yeah, I think the sense I'm getting is that it's comparable to other houses in the area. However, the lot may be slightly smaller than some of the other houses, and that's really the only issue. That's where you're getting all these numbers. Okay. Anyone else?
No one has any comments. I'm prepared to make a motion.
Please.
I'm satisfied that the applicant has worked with the city to make the appropriate revisions to bring it in line with the neighboring home. So subject to urban forestry condition 1, I move for approval, and that's it.
Seconder? Mr. Taylor, all in favor? Okay, we have unanimous approval. Thank you. Thank you to the deputants for coming out. Item 21, 11 Cloverhill Road, and I'm just going to take a minute to find that one in the computer.
While you do that, Mr. Chair, I'll let you know the agent is for Joe Dome, and there is no area residents to speak on this file. I'll go ahead and unmute Joe now.
Thank you. Let me just do a little brief intro before Joe starts. So this is an application to construct a second-story addition above an existing dwelling, a two-story side addition, and a new covered rear porch. There are 3 variances being requested, and forestry is requesting condition 2. Planning is requesting that should we approve that it be tied to site plan regarding setbacks. Mr. Dome, good afternoon.
Yes, thank you. My name is Joe Dome, 133 Torresdale Avenue, agent for the owner. The owners would like to construct, sorry?
I don't think we need a full presentation, but if you want to do a summary, and then we'll open it to questions.
Sure. The owners would like to construct a second-story addition above the existing dwelling, a 2-story side addition, and a new covered rear porch to accommodate their family needs. There are 3 variances requested. Variance number 1 refers to the proposed FSI of 0.47 over the 0.45 bylaw, which is a minor increase. And I'd also like to point out the massing is less than the west adjacent neighbor at 15 Cloverhill. Variance number 2 refers to the proposed front yard setback of 7.15 meters. This mainly pertains to the integral garage, while the remaining front setback is consistent with the existing front yard setback. And planning staff mentioned in their report that the variance maintains an appropriate relationship with the front main walls of the adjacent properties. There are also no height or main wall height variances requested. And variance number 3 refers to the west side yard setback of 0.76 meters. Impact here is mitigated by the fact that this only pertains to the front 8.96 meter portion of the side main wall to accommodate the minimum garage dimensions. The setback also varies slightly toward the front of the house and is 0.82 meters at the northwest corner. The remaining 5.54 meters of the west side main wall to the rear is bumped in to meet the 1.2 meter setback. Furthermore, the length of the dwelling would only be 14.51 meters, which is under the 17-meter bylaw and occupies significantly less length than that west adjacent neighbor at 15 Cloverhill Road. And as per the staff report, planning staff have no concerns with the application, and there are no neighbors in opposition. And overall, we feel the application is quite reasonable in minor nature. I'd be happy to answer any further questions you have.
Thank you. Any questions? Any discussion? If not, anyone ready for a motion?
Is there anyone present in the room for 11 Cloverhill?
Chair, I'm going to move that the application be approved. The 3 variances that are being requested, in my view, are minor, appropriate, and desirable in order to get this project going. Small change to the FSI, small change to the front yard setback, as well as the side yard setback. Planning condition would apply. Urban forestry conditions number 2. So move approval subject to the planning condition as stipulated in the report of January the 2nd and urban forestry condition number 2.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gully.
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Reddick. All in favor? Okay, approved unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Why do I do that? Okay. Item 22 is 20 CULNAN Avenue. And Adam?
Mr. Chair, yeah, the area resident is present. This is the one I was saying they hadn't authorized the use of their microphone, so they have logged out and logged back in and have authorized the use of their microphone. While you bring up the file, I'll take this opportunity to do a quick mic check, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Thank you. Shuishan Sarju, go ahead.
I'm not the resident of 20 CULNAN. I'm the resident of 22 CULNAN.
My mistake. Sorry, we have 22 written down here. Are you still interested in being on video when you speak?
Sure, it's fine. Yeah,
Video or voice only? You pick.
a voice only is fine. Voice only is fine.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. So this is an application to construct a new detached dwelling that will contain a secondary suite. There were originally 8 variances. However, 4 of those variances have since been removed. So our revised application contains only 4 variances. Forestry is requesting condition 2. Transportation is okay. And there are no comments from planning. Oh, yes, there were. But
So this is the one, Mr. Chair, where they received the rental housing declaration or something late. So they haven't been able to provide written comments, but they have verbally asked me to advise you that they are requesting a deferral.
okay, and the reason for the deferral is it's the rental housing declaration has not been done?
I think it was submitted to them late, and they would like to provide comments with conditions to the committee.
Okay, yeah, maybe the agent can address that before we make a decision on it, on the deferral.
Hi, Mr. Chair. It's Enzo Lacasano from Arch DWG. We filled out the declaration. We sent it to community planning. It's with regards to their housing policy staff. The issue was what happens to the existing tenant. We submitted a letter last night because we found out yesterday that community planning had an issue with regards to the declaration and what's happening with the tenant. So we issued a letter to community planning why the tenant was leaving, which triggered why we're doing this renovation. Because the tenant was leaving, the homeowner was taking this opportunity to now do this renovation. The letter has been submitted with committee. I really don't see the reason to defer this application. I can't imagine what housing policy conditions can be with regards to the existing tenant as they're leaving on their own accord. It just seems to me that that would be such a waste of time and energy and staff hours to come back to this committee with the exact same application.
Okay, question for staff then. Can we impose a condition, should we approve this, that it would be conditional on satisfactory receipt of the documents?
I think that just leaves it very ambiguous and kind of holds the applicant hostage, depending on, because the committee isn't aware of what requirements or conditions they may be requesting. I'm just, for the applicant, how many units are in the building?
1, it's a basement apartment, which we're maintaining, and we're actually turning it into a 2-bedroom instead of a 1-bedroom, which it currently is. The issue that I spoke with planning was they wanted to know what's happening with the existing tenant. And I said to them that she is leaving on her own accord due to a job relocation, and she's looking for a bigger unit. And that's what the letter specifies. I'm not sure what other condition they could possibly have that would have us defer this application.
So members, I'm not sure if there are new policies that I'm not familiar with, but typically I thought rental housing kicks in the protection for rental housing when there's 6 or more units in a building.
Correct.
So if there are 2 units in this building, so the main house plus a secondary suite or basement unit, I'm not sure how those policies would apply in this case.
and sorry, Barbara, the only other one was if we wanted to remove the unit off the market, then there is an issue.
Hmm.
But we're maintaining this unit.
You're
So
actually expanding
again,
it. You're expanding it to two bedrooms.
well, we're expanding it. It's the same space,
Yeah.
but we're expanding it to a 2-bedroom unit.
2-bedroom unit, yeah.
Okay, but are you not demolishing the existing house and building a new one?
No, absolutely not.
Then why is
No.
the application?
That was the original plan. We were going to keep the foundations because we didn't want to underpin. But planning came back to us with all these issues with heights and so on. So we sort of said, okay, well, we'll underpin and maintain the basement or the foundation walls and the ground floor walls of the house, because the house is an existing 1.5 story.
Okay,
So we're going to rip the roof off and
So-
go up.
So should the purpose of the application be something other than what it's stated?
Got a notice problem.
Again, the zoning examiner put it through as a new home because she was questioning whether we were leaving more than 50% of the walls. He wasn't satisfied with my calculation, so I said, that's fine. Let's put it through as a new house. I'm not sure what's funny, Mr. Chair. Because it doesn't matter how it's reviewed. It went in as a new house because the amount of walls that may remain. Again, we don't know the condition of those existing walls, and more walls may come down on that existing house.
Yeah, fair.
I don't know that.
Depending on the.
So, yeah, depending on the structure, because these are old double brick or brick and block homes. So, again, the review was done as a new home, which really shouldn't matter with regards to the zoning or to the perception of what we're doing here or to housing policies here. It's, this is really clear and simple. We're maintaining a basement unit that's already there, and we've applied for that as a as a single family unit with a secondary suite in the basement. And I think we've done quite a bit of changes that actually planning approved and we're happy with.
Oh, it looks like you've made
it
looks like you've made substantial changes, and I'm confused by the request. I'm trying to find a way to accommodate it.
Again, I did the same thing you did and asked planning to have the decision based on meeting the housing policy recommendations. Again, I don't know what those are, and I can't imagine what they would be. So that's where we stand.
Okay.
Again, it's like everything else. We do forestry conditions. We do,
and look, to be
as
fair,
of right conditions to the drawings.
And to be fair, the comments from planning came so late that we didn't even get them in time to receive them. So.
Yeah, they came in at 4:00 yesterday.
Yeah.
And it's not really from planning. It was from housing policy staff, because planning was satisfied with the changes we made, but the housing policy staff came in yesterday.
I assume what the issue is, they want to make sure that it's not a renoviction, basically, and there's so much bad out there, and that's really what the concern is.
Yes, absolutely. And that's why I went out last night, and asked the tenant if they would prepare the letter for us, because I knew that's what the issue is, because we've come across that before. So we issued the letter to staff, and we issued it back to planning, and they said, well, it's not enough time to review the letter. I said, okay, well, you guys didn't give me enough time either, issuing your comments last night.
Yeah.
But I went out and got the letter from them, assuring that the tenant was leaving on her own accord, and that's what triggered us to do this renovation, because they were kind of waiting from a timely perspective of whether she was going to leave or not.
Okay,
because
so,
she knew it was going to be an issue.
okay, we get it now. We get it. Again, I'm just trying to find a way to move forward with this without wrinkling any feathers. And
Yeah.
Can we ask for the letter to be attached as a condition of approval?
To add the letter to the file?
Yeah. And when is the tenant leaving?
She's leaving in April.
Have you sent that to our office at all or no?
Yes, I did. It was attached. Annalisa attached it this morning at around 7:30.
So they've got it. They've got it.
So we have a letter on file. The applicant did submit it. It says, my name is Shola Adebsi. I currently reside in the basement apartment at 20 CULNAN Avenue. I've resided at this basement apartment for approximately 3 years. I will be leaving the residing as I require a larger space as well as due to a job relocation. This said, I will be leaving of my own accord on April 2024. The landlords have been informing me about the upcoming renovation to be around the same time. So they've already submitted that to the file.
So,
And if there's a concern from the committee that the rental unit not be included, you can always tie them to the floor plans on file, which show a basement unit or secondary suite.
okay, we have a potential game plan. We still need to hear it from a deputant that's waiting online as well. So perhaps we can move to that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Or, yeah. Yeah, there is a deputant as well. Yeah.
All right,
I don't know if Mr. Lacasano actually did his presentation.
Oh, that's true too. Yeah, we were really discussing the potential of a deferral, so fair enough. So, Mr.
Wants me to?
Yeah,
Sorry.
let's just do a brief presentation then, if you don't mind.
Sure. So we are constructing a second-story addition onto the house, onto the existing 1.5 story. The variances that we're seeking are floor space index of 0.55, the roof projection along the north side, which is really currently an existing condition. We're carrying the same variance up to the second floor, and the driveway width, which is also an existing condition, which transportation has reviewed and has no issues with it. The setback variance is also on the north side, which is also an existing condition, as we're staying in line with the existing house. Other than that, we have no other conditions. We don't have length, we don't have height, which we eliminated due to the fact that we underpinned the basement. And we feel that this application is very minor in nature and fits very well with the current new homes or renovated homes going up in the area.
Okay, thank you. Can we get the neighbor on the line?
All right, Mr. Chair, the area resident at 22 Cullen is ready to go.
Hi there, my name is Suchan Sarju. I'm living at 22 CULNAN. The resident of the owner of 20 CULNAN did try to have a chat with us a few weeks ago, but we were busy at the time and we haven't had a chance to really understand exactly what they're doing. I did get some information on the presentation that was just given there. So just wanted to know, so the footprint of the house, is it getting bigger? Is it the same footprint? Am I allowed to ask questions?
Yeah, if you have any other questions, if you can put them all out and then we'll get the agent to answer all.
Okay, okay. So I wanted to know if the footprint of the house is getting any bigger.
It sounds like it's not, but we'll let the agent answer that.
Okay. I wanted to know if the north wall, which is the side that we're on, if that wall is moving at all. So that's kind of along the same line in question. I understand that you're going, the half a floor that they have right now, so that's being replaced with second floor. That's another question. And yeah, I did have a question about the eaves and the overhang of the eaves, because the existing roof that they have right now is a steel roof, and snow tends to slide off of that roof and onto our property and cars. So I wanted to know, what kind of a roof? Are they putting the same steel roof on again? And is it going to be the same situation where the snow is coming off from a higher roof now onto our property and onto our cars?
Okay, thank you. We'll have the agent respond to your questions. Enzo?
Hi there. Okay, so the existing house on the main floor is not extending back, but we are extending it on the second floor by 12 foot 1 inch as a cantilever over the covered deck. The overhang along the north side is being increased with regards to the type of roof. That has not been determined as of yet. With regards to the rest of the building, yes, it is over top of we're taking the roof off and going up a full second story with a similar type roof that's currently there. I hope that answers the question. Oh, sorry. I think he had a question with regards to the north wall. The north wall is not moving. We're staying in line with the north wall, so we are not getting any closer to the north property line.
Okay, thanks. I think that covers it. Members, any questions? Can we take it into committee then?
Chair, I'm prepared to speak on this item.
Mr. Gully?
Given the changes that have been made, there are 4 variances now that are being requested. Individually, those variances are small, in my view, appropriate, individually and collectively. And I believe that the project as proposed does meet the requirements of the 4 tests. I think it's appropriate. It'll fit into the community. I'm going to move approval with no conditions. I don't see any conditions.
Forestry.
Is there a forestry condition?
Yep.
Okay.
Forestry 2.
Forestry 2. Transportation's report was fine, January the 11th. So other than that, Chair, move approval with condition 2 for forestry.
Thank you.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Laura. All in favor? Okay. Approved unanimously then. Thank you. As revised.
As revised. The revised application.
Okay, item 23 was deferred, so we're on to item 24, which is 3 Glen Murray Drive, and I'm just going to pull that up.
Hello?
Yeah, hold on one second, just trying to get the application up. Okay, so this application has been revised. This is a application to construct a new detached dwelling with an attached garage. There were originally 4 variances. 1 has been eliminated, so there are now 3. Forestry is asking for condition 2. Transportation is okay, and that's all we got. And there's, Adam, we don't have, we have only the agent, no other speakers?
Only the agent, Mr. Chair, yes.
Very good. Orest is the agent. Are you on the line, sir?
Yes, I am.
Okay, maybe you can just give us a brief summary, and then if members have any questions.
Sure. My name is Orest Sitnowski. I'm an agent on this application on behalf of the owners. Very simple, straightforward application. Basically, just addition on top of existing basement. Since we are removing 50% of the walls, we are going as a new dwelling. There was a couple of comments from transportation with regards to charging devices. We provided those and eliminated variance number 4. Rather than that, there is no objection from planning, and we think it's really minor in nature, and we'd like to ask for your approval.
Thank you. Any questions from panel members? No. Any discussion or motions?
If no one has any comments, I'm prepared to make a motion. I believe this application meets the 4 tests under the Planning Act, the revised application, I should say, because it's the variance number 4 has been eliminated. Subject to urban forestry condition 2.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
All in favor? Okay, unanimously approved. Thank you. Okay, item 25 is 1785 Finch Avenue West. This is an application to permit a community center, i.e. music school, in the proposed 1-story south side addition. A previous Committee of Adjustment application approved variances related to building height and number of parking spaces provided. There are a total of 6 variances being requested. Transportation is okay. RNFP and Metrolinx have advisory comments. And there's presentation material that was submitted in the added materials. And where are we? Okay, and we have just the agent. I believe there are no other speakers, Adam?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Beautiful. Okay, Ms. Patton, the floor is yours.
Hi, good afternoon to the chair and to the members of committee. Good afternoon. I am Ashley Patton. I'm a registered professional planner with Bousfields here on behalf of the Community Music Schools of Toronto. I'm here today requesting 6 variances to permit a 1-story addition at the rear of the existing York Woods Public Library to accommodate a new location for the Community Music Schools of Toronto. I'd like to acknowledge the staff comments and support both transportation's recommendation for approval as well as the other advisory comments. The Community Music Schools of Toronto is a nonprofit organization that provides children and youth in the Regent Park and Jane and Finch areas with a rich and rewarding music and social education by removing financial obstacles. The Regent Park location currently operates out of the Daniel Spectrum building. Next slide, please. The York Woods Public Library is located on the south side of Finch Avenue West, east of the Jane and Finch intersection. Next slide. A single-story addition is proposed at the rear of the existing library. In 2022, City Council endorsed the building of this music school at this location, and it was determined by Council that the addition to this public library was appropriate and that it would be a benefit to the community. In June 2023, the Toronto Public Library Board also endorsed the construction of this music school. Next slide. 6 minor variances are required, 3 of which are required based on the existing conditions of the site. The remaining 3 relate to the permitting of the proposed music school, which is under the bylaw considered a community center. The others related to a loading space and lot coverage. So in our opinion, the 6 variances before you today meet the 4 tests under the Planning Act, are appropriate, and we request that they be approved to facilitate the development of this important community use. I can go into details of the variances if you'd like.
I think we're good.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I have one quick question. I'm assuming existing parking area is being used for the addition?
That is correct.
But you're still able to maintain the same number of parking spaces?
Yes.
What's the magic?
We are removing a loading space, and the rest is just paved, kind of curbed concrete area.
Okay, so you're not actually removing any green space to keep the parking?
No.
Perfect, thank you. Any other questions from panel members? Seeing none, is there any discussion, or is anyone ready for a motion?
I'm ready for a motion.
Right
Sorry to
on.
jump in. Variances that are being requested are variances to a previous application, good application. Obviously, this is a good addition. The addition is desirable. The variances that are being requested, in my view, relate mostly to the community use that's being proposed, and also relate to a loading space and parking. Both loading space and parking issues have been addressed carefully. They've had a consultant do a study as well, confirming that those 2 variances are appropriate, and Transportation Services have accepted that. I believe the application meets the 4 tests. It's a good application. It's desirable. Move approval with no condition. There's just an advisory from Metrolinx.
Thank you, Mr. Gully.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Ms. Alderson. All in favor? Okay, unanimous approval. Thank you. Okay, our next item, number 26, which is for LILLIBET Road.
Mr. Chair, while you bring that up, Peter would like to be on video, so I'm going to go ahead and bump him to a panelist. Peter, I've moved you to a panelist, so you can go ahead and start your video by clicking the Start Video button in the bottom center of your screen. I'll go ahead and unmute you as well.
Just, yeah, give me 1 sec to just do an intro.
No rush, Mr. Chair.
To construct, this is an application to construct a new detached dwelling with an attached garage. There are there's just 2 variances being requested. Forestry is requesting conditions 1 and 2. And we have no other speakers other than the applicant. Peter, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Peter Giordano, David Small Designs, 1405 Cornwall Road in Oakville.
Okay, I don't think we need a full presentation, but if we can just hit some highlights and then open it to questions.
Yeah, absolutely. I have a presentation that you could flip through at your convenience, but we're proposing a new dwelling, and it's intended to be a multi-generational home for our clients and their adult son. It requires a program that bumps the requirement for floor space index from 0.45 to 0.54, slightly over. We do have a context map that shows 7 homes in the neighborhood. It's actually on page 2 if you wanted to flip to that. And you'll see there's some very close comparables there for building length and for floor space index, very similar to what we're proposing on our subject property. The building length, it's pretty straightforward. We're looking for 17 meters where 18.49 is permitted. What I will mention just as a highlight is that the porch at the back is less than 5%, but because we have buildable area below, as you can see on your image here, it requires that the building length include the porch projection at the rear. Otherwise, the main building and the main massing on the ground floor is only 14.92 meters, far short of the required 17 meters. With all of that said, our clients have lived in the neighborhood for a while. They've talked to the neighbors. They've got positive support and comments from the neighbors, nobody objecting. And we understand and acknowledge the comments from urban forestry, and there don't appear to be any comments from transportation or planning. Therefore, we believe that the application is minor in nature, meets the 4 tests of Section 45 of the Planning Act.
Thank you. Any questions? Nope. Someone ready for a motion?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'm satisfied this proposal meets the 4 tests. I think it's notable that there are no yard adjustments or height adjustments associated with the proposal. So I think it will be very compatible with and respectful of the neighborhood. And I move approval, subject to urban forestry conditions 1 and 2.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Reddick. All in favor? That's unanimous approval. Thank you, sir. Our next item, number 27, 44 Smithfield Drive. And this is sorry, the mouse stopped working. An application to construct a new garden suite. There are a total of 5 variances being requested. Forestry is initially requesting either a refusal or forestry condition 1. In the alternative, there is a support petition, and we have only the agent. I'm assuming there's no one else online or no one in the room?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay. In that case, let's move to the agent.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Marco Razzolini from Socorro Design, Inc., 94 Lakeshore Road East, Unit 201 in Mississauga.
Okay, good afternoon. Can you address forestry's concerns? I don't see anybody else with any concerns, so if we can touch base.
For sure. So yes, we're aware of their concerns. We've been very cognizant of the trees throughout the design process. One of our requested variances, item 2 for the reduced side yard setback on the north side, is directly related to us trying to avoid the trees by moving the structure over to the north side. We've spoken with our arborist after receiving the report. He's confident in our proposal. We will need time to work with forestry to resolve their concerns. The structure is pulled away from the tree protection zone. They speak about services and a driveway. We're not really sure where that's coming from. I think the services can be run so that they avoid the tree protection zone, and there won't be any driveway going into the backyard. Our arborist did let us know that to be sure that the trees will survive any injury, we could move forward with an exploratory dig prior to construction starting. However, this wouldn't be able to be completed until the spring. We also have spoken with the neighbor. They're in support of the injury. The trees are located on the neighbor's property. I think the ones that they're referring to, which is 42 Smithfield. So we've spoken to them throughout the application. They're in support of the injury. They're also in support of the application as a whole. We also submitted a letter of support for the injury specifically this morning. I know it's a bit late, but we got the report a bit late. And we would ask that if the application is approved today, we're okay with the conditions that they've highlighted, and we'll go through the necessary approval steps in order to get the approval from forestry.
Thank you. Any questions? No. Are we ready for a motion?
Just wanted to comment in case I missed it earlier in your comments. Urban Forestry wants number 1 denied.
Variance 1?
Yep. Or alternatively, number 1.
Alternatively, number 1, which is a little confusing because that refers to a city tree, and this is an application for a garden suite.
Garden suite, I know. But that's what I've got.
Yeah, I know.
Does everyone else have number 1?
Yeah.
I do. I don't see this as a urban forestry issue, whether the, the relative size of the building compared to the house. I think they should stick to the trees. That'd be my view. My inclination would be to impose their condition 2. I think they also don't understand that garden suites typically don't have access to driveways. So they seem to be anticipating the driveway will be extended to the garden suite, but that's not proposed and it's not typical. So.
So you're suggesting we should impose condition number 2?
Yeah.
Urban forestry condition number 2?
Well, the applicant said that they're working with forestry to try to avoid the trees in the back, so I don't see a problem with that. Madam Secretary Treasurer, the fact that forestry hasn't asked for 2 doesn't mean we can't impose it.
They have their standalone report, which if you do approve, they ask that it be subject to the private tree condition.
Oh, okay, okay.
Members would like to see, we have put the standalone up on the board.
Oh, it is there. Okay, sorry, I put the wrong number down on my notes.
So, Mr. Chair, can I table a motion for everybody's consideration?
Absolutely.
You okay with that?
I think so.
Yeah, I think this is a great application to, build a desirable housing form on a lot that's very deep and accommodates it quite nicely. I'm satisfied that the variances all meet the 4 tests under the Planning Act, and I move approval subject to urban forestry condition 2.
And I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Ms. Alderson. Okay, all in favor? Okay, it's a unanimous approval. Thank you. Okay, item 28, ABC. This 22 Sheldon Avenue. And let me just get that one.
Mr. Chair, while you bring that up, I want to bring to your attention that the agent wants to be on video, so I'll go ahead and bump them now for that. Also, we were having problems getting the area resident on the mic check, so I'm also going to make sure we have them before we dive into this. So I'll do the area resident first. Microphone check for Daniel Lopes. Daniel, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm here.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, so that's good. I'm going to go ahead now and bump the agent as a panelist. Franco, I've made you a panelist now, so you are able to turn on your video by clicking the Start Video button at the
Give me
bottom
one
screen.
sec before we go to Mr. Romano.
Mm-hmm.
So this is an application for consent to sever the property into 2 undersized lots. There are a total of 9 variances requested for Part 1. There are a total of 9 variances requested for Part 2. There's been some revisions. 1 variance has been removed from both parts, and 1 variance has been amended. Forestry is recommending refusal, or in the alternative, conditions 2 and 3. Planning is recommending refusal. And on that note, I'll turn it over to Mr. Romano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If staff can bring up my presentation slide, thank you kindly. Appreciate that. And thanks for accommodating this. So the subject site's located in the Alderwood community on the east side of Sheldon Avenue, and slide number 1 shows the site plan drawing. That's mostly on this slide, and then at the bottom of the slide are the building elevations. The proposal overlaps the existing as-of-right building footprint that is permitted by the zoning bylaw. That's for a detached house. A multiplex would be of a similar nature with wider side yard setbacks, taller building. So the proposal is for a semi-detached residential building. So it's replacing the existing detached with a semi-detached, 2 separate units, but basically one building. The driveway that is for part 1 slightly intrudes into the tree protection zone of maple tree in the city boulevard, but it does not remove that tree. So I would disagree with urban forestry's recommendation because the building lot coverage does not affect the tree itself. It's the driveway. That driveway can be reduced in size if there is a major root for that. I think it's a 16-centimeter maple tree. So I would suggest that the conditions of approval that urban forestry have would be more appropriate than their denial recommendation. In terms of planning staff, I'll touch on that shortly, but at the bottom of the page, the building elevations show that the building height that's being proposed is very much in keeping with what is within the neighborhood as a conventional low-profile building. It's 2 stories. That's 2 stories with 1 level of living above the garage, largely sloped roof. And on the left-hand side, the bottom left, you'll see that the gross floor area or the floor space index is at 1 times because the basement is included in the calculation. Otherwise, it's at 0.73, 0.736. And that is a fairly common FSI or GFA within this neighborhood, whether it's semi-detached or detached residential. And again, a multiplex would not have any gross floor area provision. On slide number, on the bottom of this page again, the building height that would be permitted for a detached house is 9.5 meters or taller, and 11 meters for a semi-detached house, duplex or triplex. That conflicts with the earlier, 1979 zoning bylaw that is at variance this application. Slide number 2, thanks staff for doing that. This is a context map. It's not unusual to have a semi-detached building by itself as being the only building, the only semi-detached building on in the immediate context or in the same block. It's also not unusual to have a semi-detached building or a detached house being the smallest and only smallest lot on this in the block. That is the principal reason for staff's objections to the definitely to the severance. The only concerns they had for the dwellings themselves was for the floor space index. I've already addressed that. What I'm showing here in blue are semi-detached buildings just in the nearby context, and 91% of those semi-detached dwellings have lot sizes, both frontage and area, 91% that are smaller than 9 meters. And they range from 6.095 meters to 10.67 meters. So I would suggest that what is being proposed here at 6.98 meters is very much in keeping with the surrounding character. Definitely not within the immediate block, but that isn't the test. The test is whether one is respecting and reinforcing the broader context as well as the immediate context and the immediate adjacent context. And I suggest that what is being proposed here does indeed do that, and there's a series of photographs or air photographs that I'm showing on this map that illustrate not only semi-detached, but also detached residential lots that are smaller than 9 meters. I would submit that what is being proposed here is very much in keeping with, respects and reinforces, and conforms to the official plan. It's subject to any questions. That's I believe that the proposal should be authorized with the revisions. And I just want to confirm that the revisions include a reduction in lot coverage. So that's variance number 3 to 39.8%. That's 101.69 square meters. And the elimination of the variance number 8, which is the rear deck south and north side yard setback variances. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Romano. Any questions from panel members before we move to the area resident? No? Okay. Adam?
One moment, Mr. Chair, while I bump people around. I'm going to take Franco off the panelist list and put him as an attendee for the moment, and I'll go ahead and unmute Daniel. Daniel Oates.
Hi there.
Hey, good afternoon.
Yes. Good afternoon. I live behind this address, 228 Hallmark Avenue. Sorry, forgive me. This is my first time doing one of these. I'm a new homeowner and I'm not familiar with the process, so apologies if I get anything wrong or if I blunder here. But yeah, so I guess my only, if I'm looking at this right, the proposed height is 8.78 meters. Is that correct? Or I just heard Frank say 11 something.
Sorry, you're asking about the height variance?
Yeah, the height variance, section 7, I guess.
Mr. Chair, we're going to put the list of variances being requested back up on the screen for review, and you can see the alterations.
Yeah, and if you can sort of get a little closer to your mic, because you're kind of fading in and out as you're here in the room.
Sure. Yeah, okay, so 8.78 is what's being requested then.
Yeah, so they're requesting roughly 1 meter higher than what's being permitted, than what's permitted as of.
Okay. Okay. Yep. No, that's not too concerning. Sorry, I thought he said something about 11 meters, which would be pretty high up. Just because I do lose some sunlight, if that's the case, just it is west facing for me, and I didn't see anything on that list of variances about the east lot, so that would be their backyard. My only concern there is I just put up a fence, so if that's not being requested with anything, then I don't really have any issues.
Okay, thank you. I don't think, so the question is, okay, I'm trying to.
Yeah, I guess my question would be if there are plans to do anything with the back lot line, their backyard lot line on the east side, with respect to a fence.
Sorry, you're fading in and out. Your concern is, do you back onto this property? Is that correct?
Yes, I back onto the property and I just did a fence last year. So okay. I guess my question is if they plan to do anything or if that could just be between me and the builder after the fact.
I think that's what you're looking at because I don't believe there's a rear yard setback variance.
Okay. Okay, perfect. That's all I got then.
Okay, thank you. I guess we can go back to Mr. Romano, but I'm not sure there's really any rebuttal there. Perhaps members have questions.
Franco, you're a panelist again, so if you want to go back on video, you can. I see you there, so I'll bump you.
I don't have a question, but I have a comment. I just wanted to congratulate Mr. Romano for bringing forward a semi-detached application. I'm so excited because we don't see enough of them. So thank you for that.
You're welcome. I'll convey that to my client. Thank you.
But now if you can do one with fewer variances, we'll be even more impressed. Yeah.
Oh, we try. You know, the addition of the basement has been a recent phenomenon in this area. I haven't seen too many of them, but it does bump up the number a bit. So.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? If not, we'll take it into committee. And if anyone has ready for a motion, I'll be glad to accept that. But otherwise, if there's some more comments or observations. Again, the planning recommendation is to refuse. Their comment is that this will be I believe the specific wording was it will be the highest I have to pull up the report.
Smallest lots of the street.
Smallest lots on the street, yeah. But it's also a semi. I think if this was going to create two detached houses on the size of a lot, I think we'd have a bigger issue with it. But anyway, that is what we have. Trying to see what their other issues are. Also, the floor, they also have an issue with the FSI, saying that it would be the highest in the immediate area. So, and I think, right, which I think was just explained, absolutely. Okay. I understand. I hear you. I'll leave it for you to perhaps I feel a motion coming on.
Just before we do that, can we just sort out urban forestry? In their comprehensive or consolidated report, they recommended refusal or alternatively conditions 2 and 3. And then in a memorandum dated January 8th, they requested condition 1. So do we add them all up, or?
Are there any city trees? Well, then we probably add them all up. We had one deputant which didn't materialize, but there's no one else here in opposition.
Just the one speaker that did speak, yes.
Yeah, oh, it's right. I mean, and he really wasn't opposing, he was just looking for some clarifications. Where are we at? Okay. I'm not hearing anything.
Okay, I'll jump in. First of all, with respect to the consent, I was kind of borderline on this. I know Mr. Romano mentioned his lot sample included the greater neighborhood and the city focused on the immediate context. My colleagues will know that I tend to look mostly at the immediate context, and in that respect, these are small lots for this block and the block to the east and the west. The exception would be a number of semis on similar sized lots as proposed on Valermo Drive, north and south side. So I think I'll swing on my tight wire and say that these are appropriately sized lots for the certainly the neighborhood context, and would move approval of the consent subject to the standard conditions of consent and the conditions of consent requested by engineering and construction services. With respect to the variances, I'm satisfied that they're necessary, obviously, given the fact that they are undersized lots, but I think they're reasonable and appropriate and meet the 4 tests under the Planning Act. So I would move approval of the minor variances for both parts 1 and 2, subject to urban forestry conditions 1, 2, and 3.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, thank you. All in favor? Opposed? Oh, great.
Okay, Mr. Chair.
I'm going to vote in favor. Application is approved by a hair.
By a slim margin.
Perhaps this is a good time to take a 10-minute break.
Mr. Chair, may I suggest we do 30 and then we do our break? Because item number 31 has.
Okay, understood.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just going to need a minute to get caught up.
All right, Mr. Chair, item is number 30, 47 Lapp Street. Agent is Dan Akimovich, and he is present.
Okay, this is an application to construct a new laneway suite in the rear yard. There are a total of 7 variances being requested. Metrolinx has advisory comments. And this was originally deferred from July 20th to provide time to consult community planning. And that's all we got. I have a question perhaps when the applicant comes up. And what's Dan from that we had this morning as well? Okay.
Dan, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Dan Akimovich. I'm calling you from DA Design. We're located 1185 Queensway East in Mississauga, and I'm hoping for a better result than this morning.
Okay. Before you start, let me hit you with a question then. Variance 6, you're requesting 0 landscaping. Is that correct?
Correct. Unfortunately, variance 6 and 7 is a current condition. If you take a look at some of the photos of the back,
because
the
confusion that I have is on your drawings, you're indicating some soft landscaping in the back.
Okay, I'll have to take a look at that. 1 second, please. Okay, so on the drawings that I'm looking at, I see a concrete driveway behind the existing garage. Potentially the hatch is throwing that off, but we're showing it as existing concrete to remain. I don't see where we're saying to go to softscape.
Okay, so
where are you? This would be the space behind the garage facing the laneway.
Okay.
Yeah. The entire back area is completely paved over in front of every garage. There's really no green space anywhere. And I think it's just like if you were trying to introduce any greenscape back there, you would get, pretty much demolished.
That's my confusion.
There's a note on your site plan that says existing sod to remain.
On my site plan?
Yes.
Yeah, that would be between the house. That would be between the house and the garage.
Correct.
This item number.
So the variance.
Six.
So that variance for 0 is strictly for the space between the garage and the laneway. It doesn't have to do with the backyard.
I believe so. Yeah, we're not touching We're not touching anything to do with softscape between the house and the garage. The garage itself actually remains, and we're literally just putting this second story on top. So we're not touching the soft or the hardscape in any way.
So, Mr. Chair, anything beyond the rear wall of the house is considered the rear yard. It's not behind the garage.
Okay, so then there's an inconsistency between the site plan and the variance.
So minimum of 75% of the required rear yard landscaping shall be maintained as softscape. 2.57, a total of 0 of the rear yard landscaping will be maintained as softscaping. So
okay, I'm looking at the wrong item. Number 30. Yeah. 47 LAPP. Variance 6, a minimum of 75%. Okay, so the rear yard landscaping, does that not refer to the space between the garage and the house?
I assumed it was the space behind the garage, but I may be wrong. Someone in planning confirm that? We simply followed as report was.
The applicant does have a zoning review on file. I've pulled up the plans submitted to them, and they match in terms of that part of the sod. So perhaps the committee could always impose a condition, should you choose to approve it, that the sod shown on the site plan be installed or maintained as a condition.
And we would be okay with that.
So what's there now? I mean, is there soft landscaping there now?
Between the house and the garage?
Correct.
Yeah, it's exactly as per site plan. There, it's softscape and some gardens. Okay. The family is a Portuguese background, and gardens are a big deal. So it's lots of tomatoes and plants.
Okay, because it just, the variance confused me, but.
Mm-hmm. No.
Okay.
We followed the ZAP report, so I'm not 100% clear if I can reply to that.
Maybe you can do your presentation in the meantime while staff are trying to figure it out.
Sure, no problem. Yeah, as you had mentioned in the beginning, we did apply for this project way back in the summer, and were deferred because the planning did not support our initial proposal. We have spent, as you can tell, quite a few months going back and forth. It's a very tight space, very sort of close to the house itself and so on. And we've been going back and forth with the planning department quite a few times and trying to come up with options that were acceptable to the planning department. I believe that we are there. And I'm hoping that you will agree. The 7 variances, I can quickly review those with you. Basically, number 1 deals with 45-degree angle. So if somebody can pull up the drawing number A36, please, I would appreciate it. That drawing can depict a few things for the committee. Or will clarify a few things for the committee. So the first one deals with the 45-degree angular plane. I'm just going to wait till you scroll over to A36 in that set, please.
We are working on it. Unfortunately, we just have a bit of a froze. It's our presenter's laptop is taking its time.
No problem. Yep, there it is. 3.6. Yeah, if you can zoom in a little bit. So there's a few things that this drawing actually defines. So you can see the angular plane and also the rear setback. I'm going to zoom in on my drawing. From the house itself is required to be 7.5 meters. Currently, the existing condition is 6.37. The owners wanted to basically keep the existing garage as much as possible. And what we did is we proposed the second floor on top of the existing house or existing garage, same footprint, same size, but in order to accommodate enough living space on top of that garage, we did the 45-degree, but a little bit past the requirement. So that's variance number 1. Variance number 2, small unit on top of the garage. And this one deals with mechanical equipment. So that's on top of the roof. So we proposed to put a rooftop unit, a condenser up on top of the roof because we felt that that was going to be mostly out of people's views, right? So if we had proposed some type of a facade mounted equipment, it would just be a little bit more difficult to look at, if you will. So we're proposing it up on the roof, and we're suggesting that it's going to need about a 4-foot or 3-foot condenser up there. So it'll be a very small piece of equipment. It's in the middle of the roof, so it would never be visible from grade in any way. So that's item number 2. Item number 3, one of the issues with this property is if you had a chance to review the grading plan, the average grade, established grade is usually measured at the front of the house, but the house is quite a bit lower than the garage itself, about 1.7 meters by the time we get to the garage itself. So because of that, on this drawing, you can see that the average grade and the established grade are quite a bit lower than the actual floor level of the garage. And that's triggering a few of the height issues that we're running into. So we're allowed to be 4 meters in height, which is item number 4, but we are proposing 5.9, but the actual height of this building is less than that if you were to measure from, let's say, the slab of the garage itself. A new laneway suite may be no less than 7.5. Well, that's the existing condition. We're at 5.9 from, 6.37 from the house. And then the last 2 items I thought dealt with the area behind the garage, which is paved. And that's triggering, well, at least item number 7. I'm not sure about item number 6. And those are the reasons for the variances. Again, we're not, proposing anything that's extraordinary. It's very much, a small second suite that the owners of this property wanted to add. And you can see on the floor plans where it's basically a small condo with a couple of bedrooms and a bathroom and a small kitchenette. So very much usable as a rental property. The garage still remains on the main level, and it's also still usable by the owners of the home itself. So we're hoping that this is a proposal that you would support.
Thank you. Any questions from panel members? Oh, before we go there, did we get resolution on what this is about?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the variance isn't worded correctly based on the zoning review. It says the area between the ancillary building containing a laneway suite and the lot line abutting a lane, excluding a permitted driveway and a pedestrian walkway which may have a maximum width of 1.5 meters, must be landscaping, of which a minimum of 75% must be soft landscaping.
So it does refer to the space behind the garage?
Yes.
But it's not clear from...
No, our variance isn't clear. I'm not sure how you would fit any kind of machinery to maintain that when the lot lines are so close, but that is what the bylaws state.
Okay. And we've seen that variance a number of times, but the way this one was worded, I've
only seen it between the house and the laneway suite structure or garden suite. I've never seen the one between the face of the laneway suite and the laneway.
I think I've seen one like that before once. But anyway, this one I thought was referring to the space between the 2 buildings, so it's not. No. Okay. And it looks like there is no variance then for the soft landscaping, which there often is, between...
Only for between the laneway suite and...
But not between the laneway suite and the garage?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Back to panel members. Any discussion? Or is someone ready for a motion?
Chair, I'm ready for a motion on this. I'm happy that staff was able to clarify variance number 6 for me and for us. So I'll start from the beginning. As far as the variances are concerned, the variances that are being requested I'm actually going to go one by one because I think it's important to take a look at each of them. The one with respect to the angular plane, I think was explained clearly and acceptable to me. Variants 2, 3, 4, and 5 relate to height, and what's being requested in those, in my view, do not have a detrimental effect. And with respect to variance number 6 now, I understand that that's not the area between the back of the principal home and the front of the secondary suite. It's the area in between. There is landscaping there, and no variance is required there. This is in front of the proposed suite and the public road lounge, so 0 is acceptable to me. And as far as the variance 7 is concerned, driveway width is 6, and they're suggesting or requesting 7.62. I believe what's being requested here are variances that are desirable in order to get the secondary suite in. I think it does meet the test under the Act, the four tests. I'm going to move approval, and I don't believe there are any forestry conditions in this. Transportation Services is fine with the variance with respect to the driveway width. So move approval with no condition.
Thank you, Mr. Gully.
Just a friendly amendment. You referred to it as a secondary suite, so let's call it a laneway suite.
Oh, sorry.
Right.
Laneway suite. Absolutely.
Very friendly amendment. I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Ms. Alderson. All in favor? Okay, we have unanimous approval. Thank you. And we're going to take a 10-minute break.
I'm going to say, Mr. Chair, maybe we do 15. That way it takes us to 4:10.
Sounds like a round number to me.
Exactly. We'll return at 4:10.
Okay.
Oh, is 95 James next?
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Chair, we'll look to get started here with continue our session.
Okay, welcome back. I'd like to propose that we actually hold item 31 for the end of this session, because it's given the number of speakers and the detail we're going to get into. I'd prefer to do the other 4 items of the afternoon session first. So if people are okay with that? Okay. So our next item would be item 32, 44 EDGEVALLEY Drive. And this is an application to construct a 2-story front and rear addition and a new rear deck. There are 5 variances being requested. This was deferred from November 23rd due to a notice issue. Forestry is requesting condition 2. Transportation has 2 conditions that they are requesting in the event of approval. And planning is also has a condition of approval. There's a presentation in the added materials. And the speaker for this item, I'm on the wrong page now.
Mr. Chair, the speaker is Addison Milne Price.
Oh, okay. No, 32. It's Matthew.
Oh, my mistake.
Yeah. And I believe that's online.
They are online, and they've asked to be on on video. So Matthew, I'm going to go ahead and make you a panelist now. Now that you're a panelist, you can go ahead and hit the start video button at the bottom center of your screen, and I'll go ahead and unmute you.
Yeah, thank you. I don't need to be on video today.
Okay.
My name is Matthew Woodfed. I'm the applicant and owner of 44 EDGEVALLEY Drive in Etobicoke Center. The property is 764 meters squared in lot area and situated on the west side of EDGEVALLEY Drive, southeast of the intersection of Royal York Road and EDENBRIDGE Road. The current building was originally erected in the 1950s and has undergone no significant exterior updates since its construction. Given its approximately 70-year history, the existing structure requires substantial renovations to meet contemporary standards. To address this, we have diligently engaged in a thoughtful design process that takes into account the existing layout, building footprints, and the presence of mature trees on the premises. The application seeks approval for 5 variances concerning height, ground floor, gross floor area, building length, and side and front setbacks. This request, as detailed in the materials, aligns with the 4 tests of the Planning Act. The variances aim to uphold the overarching intent and purpose of the official plan, maintain alignment with the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw, demonstrate a minor impact on the context, and contribute positively to the suitable development and utilization of the lands. In summary, each variance has a rationale supporting efficient design choices, including utilizing existing foundations, maintaining setbacks, and creating a cohesive facade. These variances aim to enhance the property without adverse effects, promoting a more efficient, sustainable, and visually appealing structure in line with neighborhood characteristics and planning guidelines. I can yield my time now and answer any specific questions the committee may have.
Thank you. I'm assuming there's no one here to speak to this item.
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, committee members, any questions for the applicant?
Chair, just a couple of questions. So, Matthew, you're aware of transportation conditions?
Yes, I am.
And you're aware of planning conditioning with respect to site plan dated November 8th?
Yes, yeah, and the forestry condition
and
as well.
Forestry condition 1 and 2. Thank you.
Okay, anyone ready for a motion then?
Chair, I'm prepared to move a motion.
Dominic, you might as well keep the mic.
I have reviewed the application carefully. I have considered the variances that are being requested. I believe that the variances that are being requested are appropriate in order for this development to proceed. The variances do meet the 4 tests under the Act. I'm going to move approval subject to urban forestry conditions 1 and 2. Transportation conditions of, I believe, date of the report. I believe it was December the 11th.
Forestry is only requesting 2, I think.
I'm sorry. UFC urban forestry condition 2, traffic conditions 1 and 2 in their report of November 13th, 2023, and planning condition of November 7th relative to site plan submitted on November 8th, 2023. I believe this is a good application. It represents good planning. It's desirable. Move approval with those 3 conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Gully. Seconder? Thank you, Laura. All in favor? Okay, approved unanimously. Okay, item 33, 82 Edenbridge Drive. This is deferred from a meeting of November 23rd. There was a notice issue. Let me just pull that out. And Mr. Milne Price is here for the agent, as the agent. Okay, where am I?
Just for your notes, Mr. Chair, we do not have any other area residents for this file, just Addison, who is up at the front.
Perfect. Okay, this is an application to construct a two-story front addition, a second-story addition above an existing dwelling, and a rear yard covered deck. There are a total of 7 variances being requested. Forestry is requesting condition 2. There is a letter of concern regarding property lines, and RNFP has advisory comments. And Mr. Price, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As noted, this application before you is essentially seeking to permit a second story atop an existing one-story house. There's also some improvements to the front and rear of the existing dwelling, as you can see outlined on the site plan. As explained on the letter provided by my colleague, this application was originally deferred to correct a notice issue with the GFA. The GFA was originally incorrectly identified as a lower number. There was no change to increase the size of the house from the previous set of plans that was before the committee. The only difference now is that the number is accurately identified. During the deferral period, we also took the opportunity to decrease the size of the rear platform. That is reflected on the public notice that is in front of you. Now, with regard to the specific variances, the proposed GFA will be in keeping with the GFA that's present in the neighborhood, as evidenced by several similar or greater approvals for gross floor area. These approvals include, but aren't limited to, 15 Edenbrook Hill, approved for 606 square meters, 19 Edenbrook Hill, approved for 655 square meters, 51 Edge Hill, approved for 1,337 square meters, 55 Edge Hill, approved for 968.42 square meters, 18 North Drive, approved for 1,424.65 square meters. The point I'm trying to get across is that this is a neighborhood with very large houses and large lots, and this proposed house that is built upon the existing foundations will fit into that existing character. With regard to variance 2, the front yard setback, you'll note that the permitted setback is quite far from what you normally see at 34.19 meters. The proposed front yard setback at 17.59 meters offers still a significant amount of amenity space. I want to point out that if you view the site plan, you'll note that the existing first story dwelling that is on the site right now is already contravening that front yard setback. Yeah, you can see that diagonal line that goes through that house. The reason for this front yard setback is the adjacent dwelling to the west, which is set back significantly far, at approximately 60 meters from the front yard. And due to that front yard setback on the adjacent house, the front yard setback required on this case is quite large. But I'll note that the proposed front yard setback will have a consistent streetscape with the adjacent house to the east along the same street. Now, with respect to variance 3 for maximum dwelling height, this proposed dwelling will appear as a 2-story dwelling from the front of the property, which is in line with the characteristics of the existing neighborhood. There are several other approvals along Edenbridge Drive, such as 72 Edenbridge Drive, that was approved for 9.8 meters, as well as 83 Edenbridge Drive, which was approved for 8.95 meters, and as well as 15 Valecrest Drive, approved at 9.8 meters. With respect to variance 4, the maximum permitted area of the platform, the proposed platform terrace that is subject to this variance is located on the second story at the rear of the dwelling. I want to point out that this proposed terrace is only accessible from the main bedroom, and it can't be accessed from a common space. Further, due to the size of the property and the significant amount of vegetative screening along each adjacent property line, there will be only limited privacy impacts on adjacent neighbors due to this variance. Variance 5 pertains to the height of the first-story platform and is largely a technical variance. The intent of this provision is in large part to ensure that the first-story platforms at the rear or front of a dwelling do not function effectively as a second-story platform, not to restrict properties with sharp grading drops from having rear decks. Note that the first-story deck is measured as 0.57 meters above the established grade on the property and would be permitted as of right if it were not for the landscaping and grading changes at the rear of the property. The 3.1 measurement is taken from the basement slab, as you can see on the rear elevation that is on the screen there. In other words, this variance is a result of the grade dropping towards the rear of the property and not from the excessive height of a deck that is at the height of the first story for the beginning of the deck and then exceeds upwards. With respect to variance 6 and 7, I'll note that transportation has reviewed these variances and does not have any objection. I'll point out with regard to variance 6, the provision for maximum width of vehicle entrances is based on the minimum required frontage. When the required frontage is greater than 24 meters, however, there is no limit to the vehicle entrance width on the property. In this case, the required lot frontage is 21 meters.
So I can ask you to wrap up. We actually started your time clock late, so.
Oh, I'm sorry. In summation, I'll just state that the proposed driveway will be constructed with permeable pavers. Transportation has no issue with the proposed driveway, and the width at the entrance of the property is 4.44 meters.
Thank you. Questions?
Chair, if you persevere with me, I wonder if you could please explain variance number 2 again. I've sort of missed it while I was flipping through some drawings here.
Absolutely. So
Front yard setback.
Yeah, the front yard setback is illustrated on the site plan, and due to the curved street, it is at an angle compared to the front of the dwelling. As shown on that site plan, the intent of the application is to construct a second story atop the existing foundation, and therefore, in my view, this second variance to permit a second story on top of this house will not have any impact greater than what is already contemplated. And I'll point out again that the adjacent dwelling to the east is located much closer to the road.
Thank you.
Okay.
Just another question. Has the applicant had a chance to look at the letter of concern from the neighbor regarding the lot line versus the chain link fence?
Yes, I did review that letter. The owner of 9 Vailcrest was concerned that the measurements were being taken from the chain link fence and not from the property line. I can confirm that this application has gone through a city-mandated zoning review, and all of the setbacks and all of the variances were taken from the plot line identified on the survey and not the chain link fence.
Okay, excellent, thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there's no further questions, is anyone ready for a motion?
Chair, I'm prepared to speak on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Gully.
I have had the opportunity prior to the meeting to carefully examine each of the variances that was being requested. And I believe that as far as I'm concerned, variance number 1 with respect to GFA, it meets the test. With respect to front yard setback, there's justification as to why they're requesting 17.59. With respect to height, small variance being requested. With respect to the platform on the second story, there's no privacy or oversight issues. With respect to Item number 5, the platform on the deck. That has to do with grades and the fact that it's being measured from bottom of the basement in the rear yard. And with respect to 6 and 7, there is a report from Transportation Services, and they indicate in their report of, again, I don't have my date here, but they speak specifically to variance number 6 and variance number 7, giving transportation variances, recommend that committee approve. They have no concerns with those. So in summary, Chair, all of the variances that are being requested individually and collectively meet the 4 tests. I believe that what is being proposed here is good planning. Move approval with forestry. Let me just check to make sure that, is there a forestry condition on
2.
Number 2, forestry condition number 2, and I believe that is it. So with that condition, move approval.
Thank you, Mr. Gully.
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Reddick. All in favor? Unanimous approval. Thank you, Mr. Milton Price. Okay, item 34 is 1252 Kipling Avenue. This is a application to construct a new detached dwelling with an attached garage. There are 7 variances being requested. This item was deferred from November 23rd due to a notice issue. Transportation is okay, and forestry is requesting conditions 2 and 3. And the agent is Joe Dome. And can we get Mr. Dome on the line?
Yes, hello again. My name is Joe Dome, 133 Torresdale Avenue, agent for the owner.
Thank you. I think we're just looking for a brief presentation, and then if there's any questions.
Yes, the owner would like to construct a new detached dwelling, a new 2-story dwelling with an attached garage, and it's considered new as opposed to an addition because less than 50% of the main walls are being retained. I'd like to point out we had discussions with planning, and in full accordance with their recommendations, the drawings have been revised to push back the entire south side wall of the addition by 0.43 meters to align with the setback of the existing garage. And additionally, 1.8 meter privacy screening has also been included on the south side of the rear 2nd story balcony. And after these revisions, planning staff had no concerns. Therefore, we would like to amend the following variances based on the newest zoning notice on file. Variance number 1, we would like to amend to 37.18%.
37.18.
And that would be 37.18% lot coverage. And that would be 188.52 square meters. Variance number 2, we'd like to revise the floor space index, amend that to 0.59, and that would be 3.3 square meters.
Sorry, you cut out.
Variance
What
number
is that in square meters?
301.3.
Thank you.
And finally, variance number 3, we'd like to revise that to 1.26 meters, the setback to the south side lot line. And also, I just like to point out that for variance number 7 on the public notice, it seems that the maximum driveway width under the bylaw is supposed to be listed at 3.66 meters as per the latest zoning notice and the transportation report, but the public notice says 6 meters. The proposed width of the driveway is existing, and it is listed correctly at 5.86 meters, but there seems to be a typo for the bylaw.
For sure.
Mr. Chair, that in my mind is a notice issue.
Potentially. I mean, it's Yeah, because the way it's written right here,
It wouldn't be a variance.
it wouldn't even be a variance.
But I mean, this is existing,
What's-
and nothing would be changing.
So the existing is 5.86?
That's correct.
Yeah. I don't know. Is that an automatic deferral because of the error, or can we amend it here at the meeting?
If you're asking my opinion, yes, because we haven't stated what the variance is correctly. There's no ability to ascertain the impact of that variance because nobody knows what the requirement is.
But I would also just highlight that posted on file. I mean, the previous notice, I believe, was correct previously, and also on the transportation report listed correctly, and the zoning notice as well that's on file does list it correctly.
It doesn't matter what happened previously. The point is this notice isn't correct. Is there a reason why you need such a wide driveway for a single car garage?
It's existing.
Oh, well, this is an existing condition, so there really isn't.
I know, but was it ever installed legally, right? Nobody knows.
That I don't have information on that. But as far as I mean, transportation's review, they haven't noted any concerns about the driveway width.
It's already been deferred once.
Yeah, and the owner is extremely obviously the time delay was a very big blow, and it would really be a shame to have to defer.
I'm sorry. I'm just thinking that because it accurately states what the existing driveway is, and there's no request to change it, that I don't think it justifies a deferral. Like, I don't see it as a deficiency that would justify.
I mean, you're really dealing with 0.14 of a meter anyway, in terms of that discrepancy. But,
Right, but the requirement is 3.66.
okay, but was it posted correctly in the first notice? Okay, so this is a staff error essentially.
Yep.
And the previous notice, was that staff error, or was that client issue?
For some reason, the previous had the correct information.
Okay, but there was a notice issue that brought us to today. It was
The
deferred.
reason it was deferred previously is because the applicant didn't post the sign.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't two staff issues that were doing the deferrals.
No.
If there is any consolation, the Transportation Services report does speak to the fact that variance number 7, they have no objections to it, given that it appears to be an existing condition at 5.86. So I'm not sure whether that assists us in any way. And that they have no concerns with the 5.86.
Okay, is there a statutory requirement for deferral because of this?
So my advice to the committee is to defer the application so that we can give proper notice, because if the decision is ever challenged, then there is an error because we have not provided proper notice of all of the variances. The other option the applicant has is to comply with the driveway width requirement.
It's not gonna fly.
I know it's an existing situation, but the point is there's an extremely wide driveway leading to a single attached garage.
Okay, if we defer this, can we get a definite meeting date that would go to you at this point?
February 22nd.
Okay, that's not too bad.
For the members' records, that's the next current one we actually are scheduling right now.
Okay. And I guess if we did that, then the revisions that were just brought to today's meeting would then be reflected on the new notice.
And then you would have the plans, the applicant could provide you with the plans showing those revisions. Because in your introduction, you do say revisions may result in a deferral anyway.
Right, and so the current plans don't show those revisions.
No, they don't.
Oh, the revised plans actually are on file, and they were posted prior to the original hearing as well.
So then why didn't we have the variances matching that?
That I'm not sure. That the revised, all the materials, the revised zoning notice and the plans were submitted prior, so I'm not sure why it didn't get updated.
And you didn't question that when you got the notice in the mail?
I thought at that point that amending the variances was the way to go. I mean, we had already stated our intentions to amend those variances, and it was just outlined everything. There's a cover letter posted as well.
We don't have the revised plans in our package anywhere. Okay, well, if it's any.
Do you have the cover letter posted on file? Because that was also submitted prior to the previous hearing, and that outlines all the changes.
There's nothing in the additionals either.
Because I have it. I mean, it's posted on
the
the
applicant
public
is
file
correct.
dated November 13th.
The revised notice and plans were submitted with our office November 13th.
Oh, jeez.
So prior to the previous hearing.
So are the drawings that we have here the revised drawings then?
No.
Jesus. No, it's not. If there's any consolation, at least the delay is only a month. Well, then let's do a motion.
Yeah, I think, Mr. Chair, I think there's only 7 variances here and 4 of them need to be changed. So I think, especially with respect to item 7, where I don't really see we have an option. It's incorrect and it needs to be corrected. So I would move deferral until the hearing dated February the 22nd, 2024.
I'll second that.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, unfortunately, the item is deferred.
So Mr. Gully, you're opposed?
No, I'm not.
Okay, sorry, thank you.
Okay,
My apologies to the applicant.
item 35. That's an unfortunate one, but
Spent a lot of time on it.
okay, so this is an application, sorry, I should state the address, 47 Delmar Avenue. This is an application to construct a new detached dwelling with an attached garage. There are 3 variances being requested. This item was deferred from December 7th, again, due to a notice issue. One of the variances was missing at that time. Forestry is requesting condition 2. There are no other department requests. And we have the agent and no other speakers on this item.
Actually, Mr. Chair, we do have a person here to speak in chambers about the file.
All right, let's move forward with the agent then, who is on audio.
Graham, go ahead.
Good afternoon, committee members, Mr. Chair. Graham Barrett, SGL Planning and Design Agent for the owner.
Okay, thank you, sir. If you could do a presentation for us.
Sure. As you mentioned, this item was previously deferred because a variance for building length was missed and it didn't make it on the public hearing notice. This has since been rectified. At the last meeting, a neighbor also expressed some concerns about the placement of the sign in the window of the existing dwelling. And I personally staked the new sign in the front yard of the subject site this time, and it was clearly visible from the sidewalk. So there should have been no further issues there. This neighbor had some additional concerns at the last meeting, and I would have liked to have spoken with them, but they made no written submissions. I had no contact info, unfortunately. Now I've submitted a planning rationale explaining this proposal and the variances in detail, but it's essentially a proposal to build a new two-story dwelling with an integral garage. Planning staff had expressed some concerns about the original version of the plans, and the designer worked with them and made revisions, reducing the FSI prior to our last meeting date. The proposed variances for FSI, building length, and the front canopy are quite minor. The owners have spoken with some of their neighbors and obtained signatures and support from 2 of them. There are transportation comments on the AIC, noting that the variances proposed are not transportation related, no issues there. We do have forestry condition 2, which is related to the removal of a large shed in the rear yard, which is somewhat in the tree protection zone of a large neighboring tree at the rear. I've included images on page 6 of my submitted planning rationale. This tree is pretty far from the shed and no impacts are expected. An arborist report will be prepared and any recommended tree protection measures will be followed. The variance is requested, as I mentioned, FSI, dwelling length, and the front canopy. The FSI is minor in the context of the site and area, and it's necessary to accommodate a reasonably sized home of roughly 225 square meters, just over 2,400 square feet, which represents an increase of around 65 square meters or 700 square feet over the maximum. This dwelling will comply with the zoning bylaw for all setbacks, max height, landscaping. There are numerous dwellings in the immediate area which are comparable in terms of scale, massing, and character. Examples are provided in the appendix of my planning rationale, beginning on page 8. And again, the FSI that's being proposed now is the result of working with planning staff. The dwelling length variance is the result of an excavated storage room located at the rear of the dwelling under a proposed veranda. The above grade building length is 14.86 meters. This variance will not be visible, will have no impact on neighboring dwellings or the streetscape. This is shown in images on page 2 and 3 of my planning rationale. The variance for the canopy is the result of very minor projections on each side of the house. This is visible on page 5 of my planning rationale. This represents 30 centimeters on the east side and 20 centimeters on the west side, with a canopy encroachment of 1.34 meters. You can see that on page 4, the canopy outline is shown in red. If the front canopy were to be brought in on each side by 30 centimeters and 20 centimeters respectively, the canopy could encroach into the front yard by 2.5 meters or 1.16 meters further without a variance. I believe the proposed variance is better than the alternative, rather than complying with the side yards and projecting further into the front yard. And it creates a more aesthetically pleasing look for the dwelling with no significant impacts on neighbors. And it's important to note this encroachment only applies to the area above the porch and does not extend the entire length of the front of the dwelling. In my opinion, this proposal passes the 4 tests. The design is compatible with the neighborhood in terms of scale, massing, and character, doesn't conflict with the public interest, and represents good planning. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, sir. There is someone here to speak to the item, I believe. Did you want to speak to this item? Yes, please come up and state your name and address. Good afternoon.
Noisy. Good afternoon. 71 DELEMERE. Alexandra Kovacs. I'd rather speak without the mic. Look at my operatic training. Yes. This is really hard. Can we turn down the volume? All right. Excellent, thank you.
I hear you. I would prefer that too, but we're also broadcasting through YouTube, so
All right.
no
then.
choice.
Thank you kindly. All right, well, minor variance, I question that first. In that, I believe the dwelling is going to be a third, more than a third larger, just the first floor, and then there's a second floor being added. Okay, we started with the signage, so they did put up another sign exactly the amount of days before this hearing, so that is correct. This street, in terms of, they're all single stories except for a couple of second floor addition bedrooms. So it isn't in keeping with the street, which is kind of a historic street. Architect Home Smythe. So we do have one two-story house on the street, contemporary. I question demolishing a perfectly good house that's been sold twice in a year and a half. I've been in it myself twice. Has 2 kitchens, so it has a basement unit, or a, what do we call it? In-law suite. So, and there were 2 bedrooms upstairs. Now 1 bedroom has been changed into a den, but potentially that was 2 bedrooms upstairs and a unit in the basement. So I'm wondering, are they planning on putting a couple of units in? So the footprint of the first floor is about 35% or 40% larger than the original, and then a second story, so that is how many 100% more than the original? The fact that they had a garage in the backyard and now they're attaching the garage to the house. I'm not sure if that's in accordance with this neighborhood. I know it's not across the street. Next door, according to the map, you can't see number 49. It has a sort of attached garage, but it is set back almost to the end of the house, and you can't gain entrance from the garage into the house, of course. But it's a different condition than putting a garage at the front of the house and then putting architecture on top of it, or living space on top of it. So also, as per the garage, the driveway, I heard discussion about the widening of driveways. This has been an epidemic in our neighborhood, in this neighborhood, of widening the driveways because they are 20s, 30s, 40s homes. The cars, it's a single car driveway. And that encroaches on the city parking. So the minute we widen the driveway, we take away a parking spot. That's happening also. A couple of people have had to pull back on that, new owners. But it seems here, again, the driveway has been widened, even though I know there's a walkway and a driveway, but that's still wider than what is a walkway and a driveway from the original homes. I also see when we're talking about this built form being to 5.6%, as I said, like 40% more than the original, we're not looking at the expansion of the driveway. That front entrance is further set forward by many feet with an awning over it. The back is also, look at all the hardscape in the back. It says pavers. I know they can be I know that they can be permeable, but that's not been discussed yet. So when you look at the whole thing, it's like 70% or over 60% from 40% being paved or covered over. So patio, veranda, I see 2 entrances in the back. I don't know. So it just has to do about the built form, proportions, and the hardscaping. I know also we are looking at the fact that when we're paving all this on top of the hill where we live, it means a $500 million project in Lavender Creek for runoff. So I'm having a real issue with, first of all the trees that are coming down in the neighborhood, and now the driveways being expanded. And yes, proportionately, I think this house is not with number. Which number is it on here, the list? the four things, the variance is not minor.
There's three variances.
I know, but your list of important things to look at.
Oh, okay.
The variance requested is not minor because that much of a more of a house is a major thing on a street with little bungalows. And I'll add, we still do need houses for retired people, couples. I'm into, of course, densification, but this, like Edenbridge and Edenbrook Hill, are not densification. They're expansions,
okay.
Because we
Can I
need...
get you to wrap up as well?
Yeah. Second, general intent and bylaw codes is the garage is the house. General intent purpose of the official plan maintained. Those are specifically built proportionately. There's no shadowing on your kitchen window from your neighbor's house. It's all been meticulously thought out. And the views from each window, they're very close, the houses, as you can see, and the driveways are very narrow.
Can I get you to sum up?
Okay, so I'm summing up that I don't think the variances are minor, as I just went through, and the other 3 points that I've just addressed. The fact that the house is bigger. Oh, and also, when you look at the map, you can't see that next door there's a massive tree. A massive old maple tree.
Okay.
So, in fact, we're tearing down a perfect structure to build a bigger structure. I'm not sure we need to throw things in the garbage this extremely.
Well, people have property rights, and that's kind of where
I totally agree, but we're talking about the integrity of the neighborhood and some other issues, not just aesthetic.
Okay, I've let you go 2 minutes over time now, but I just wanted to summarize that what we can approve is what is beyond already permitted as of right in the bylaw. So the fact that the house is expanding, it's not the total, it's not from, we don't look at what's here now versus what's going to be, but what is going beyond what is permitted. And I don't think they're asking for any driveway widening. That's within the regulations. There's no variance for the driveway. There's no variance for soft landscaping. So the variances that we're addressing is the length of the house and the square footage of the house. And that's really the only two things.
Okay, but you also have, so then there has not been a variance for hardscape.
They're within the regulations.
I beg your
So we
pardon,
don't-
isn't it 4.40 is the regulation? So when you ask for 4.56 for the house and then you add a patio, that's another 30%?
No, that's not the way it works, but I'll let the applicant respond to your comments now. Thank you.
I just have a comment. I'm kind of the resident street view girl. There are 7, maybe 8 two-story homes on that street. You said there was 1, so I just wanted to correct that for the record.
There are a couple of antique 100-year-old houses at the other end.
At the other end
Yeah.
of the street, there are about 7 of them.
Stone houses
Stone houses,
from
exactly.
1920 and 30, yeah,
At the other end.
by Scarlet Road. I'm aware.
Thank you.
Oh.
Sorry. Thanks, Adam. Is Graham Barrett still there?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to respond. Some of the committee panel members have made a couple of the points that I was going to say, that yes, there are other two-story homes on the street and in the immediate area. There are no variances for driveway width. The existing driveway is very narrow. There will be actually more green space added to the front yard. Nobody's taking away a parking spot. And if we were, I'm sure Transportation Services would have had a comment. As you also mentioned, no landscaping variances. No trees are coming down. This is not a multi-unit dwelling. This is a single-family dwelling that's being proposed. Beyond that, I really maintain that the 3 variances that are required for this are minor in nature, and they do represent consultation with planning staff. Yes, a bungalow is being torn down, but these very small bungalows on this street, while charming, may not necessarily meet a property owner's current needs. I don't really have anything further to add, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the panel? No? Okay, then we'll go into committee. Any discussion or anyone ready for a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'll make a motion on this. You know, it's important for people to realize that we can only deal with what's before us, and in this case, we've got 3 variances. The first one has to do with floor space index, and while it might appear that numerically floor space index may appear to be not minor, my own feeling is that floor space index in and of itself doesn't create impact. Impact comes from reducing side yards, front yard, rear yard, and height. This proposal doesn't affect any of those zoning requirements. Building length is 1/3 of a meter longer than permitted. I firmly believe that's minor. And the canopy awning issue, I believe, is very, very minor as well. So I'm satisfied the 3 variances meet the 4 tests, and I move approval, subject to urban forestry condition 2.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Seconder?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Ms. Ruddick. All in favor? Okay, unanimous approval. Thank you. Okay, we'll come back to item 31. Item 31. And I thank the deputants, the upcoming deputants, for indulging us to move this item to the back. So item 30 is 95 James Street. This is an application to construct a 2nd-story addition above an existing dwelling. There are 5 variances. This application was deferred from July 20th, 2023. No, it was not my mistake. From September of 2023, so that the applicant could develop an arborist report. Forestry is requesting condition 2. Transportation has 2 conditions of approval. We have a multitude of objection letters, and I certainly have a lot of questions. I'm sure the other panel members do as well. Mr. Milne Price, welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening as well to the other committee members.
Good evening.
Shall I begin my presentation?
I think so.
Excellent. First, I would like to address the fact that the property was previously subject of a TLAP appeal, which rescinded the approval for a new dwelling originally granted by this committee. The crucial difference between the previous proposal and this one is that the previous proposal was for a new dwelling. This application is instead for an addition to the existing building. The proposal before you now also has reduced FSI, and although neither proposal had a building length variance, this version has further reduced the building length that was in front of the TLAB. What's more is that the intent of this proposal, the intent of the applicant and of the owner, is to retain the existing silver maple in the rear yard, instead of proposing a removal that could be associated with an as-of-right proposal. Now, this application, as mentioned, was originally deferred upon request of urban forestry staff in order for us to provide them with an arborist report. And during the deferral period, we had this prepared, sent to the appropriate staff, and as per the urban forestry report that is on record and currently issued, staff no longer has any concerns. I'll also note that we have discussed this application with planning staff, and staff haven't indicated any concerns with any of the variances proposed. With respect to variance 1, the proposed FSI is 0.57, which represents 165.82 square meters, and the conversion is just under 1,800 square feet. So I would put to you, Mr. Chair, that this is a modest two-story dwelling that is proposed. The FSI variance is triggered due to the second story that is proposed atop the existing first story, as well as a cantilevered rear addition. Now, I want to point out that this cantilevered rear addition is visible on the site plan that was originally submitted. However, there were a set of revised plans that were submitted January 12th, that showed that the proposed addition will not require further extension of the foundation. I also want to point out that when viewed from the street...
I'm going to interrupt you for a minute. Can stop his time, please. I don't want to cut him short. That was one of my issues, was that you did submit revised drawings because the original drawings were misleading with regards to the elevations because they did not show your cantilever. I noticed that on your revised drawings, the east elevation now shows that, but I just want to point out that your west elevation still does not show that. So I think that's where a lot of confusion has come from the public.
Thank you for pointing that out, Mr. Chair. What I would point out is that the site plan did originally indicate this cantilevered addition, and furthermore, none of the variances pertain to the foundation that is proposed. There can be a large increase into the foundation, and that is not regulated by the FSI. The FSI provision is intended to regulate the massing above grade, and any massing that's proposed below grade is not subject to that variance. Just to find my train of thought again. I just wanted to point out the streetscape drawing that was submitted shows that the proposal does fit quite well with the massing of buildings that do exist along James Street. The streetscape drawing doesn't show the three-story apartment building that is across the street. Along James Street, there is a variety of building types, and the proposed two-story dwelling will fit in quite well with what is currently existing along the street. Now, I also want to point out that the front main wall of the dwelling currently projects past both adjacent dwellings, and as such, any new as-of-right dwelling proposed would need to be pushed backwards, further increasing the chance of tree injury. But because this application is an addition, it is not subject to front yard setback requirements, but a new dwelling would be needed to push back. Therefore, in my view, the most desirable way to propose new massing is to build vertically on the existing footprint. Variance 2, to quickly address, is an existing condition for the dwelling that's there. The second-story wall will be constructed atop it. I'll note that the east side of the dwelling now complies with the side yard setback requirement, which is an improvement over the existing condition. We didn't investigate trying to have both sides of the dwelling comply, but this could not be done without reclassifying the dwelling as a new building and thus triggering the variances that I previously mentioned. Variance 3 pertains to the proposed roof eaves, which will be located the same distance as they are now, just 1 story up. Variance 4 pertains to the canopy projection. The front porch canopy will encroach into the front yard setback, and as a result of, as I stated, the existing front yard setback on the 1-story building. Variance 5 pertains to the number of lawful parking spaces. This proposal will not have a parking space on the dwelling. Instead, the occupants will be able to use the diverse transportation options that are available within this neighborhood, including a GO transit station. In summation, I just want to state that this is a second-story addition intended to be constructed on the existing building footprint, and I believe that this application meets the 4 tests as prescribed by Section 41 of the Planning Act.
Thank you. I hope I didn't frazzle you too much on by interrupting you. I have some questions, but I just want to open it up for panel members if anyone has any questions before we proceed with the other deputants. If not, can you please clarify, you're calling this a second-story addition, but are you not also enlarging the ground floor?
Yeah, that's true. The ground floor is also being added as per that cantilevered
Right.
addition.
Okay, and I understand your rationale for choosing to apply as an addition rather than a new build. What's the structure of the exterior walls right now? Is it wood or is it brick?
I believe it is brick based on my site visit.
Okay, I'm just wondering how you're going to be tying in the back addition to the existing walls without the walls coming down, and you're coming back here with a new application for a new build.
That's a risk that the owner is willing to take.
Okay. That's it for now. Anyone else?
Yeah, I have a question.
Please.
So there's a low-rise apartment building directly opposite this property. You know that, right? Do you happen to know how many, and it's 3 stories, and do you happen to know how many units are in that building? It looks like quite a few.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I do not know the answer to that.
Okay. It's it's really almost 2 buildings across the street. Okay.
Yeah. It's a multiplex for sure. Sorry, I did have one other question, and that's there's been, I believe a building permit has also been issued for a garden suite for this property?
Yeah, that is correct, Mr. Chair. There is a building permit that has been issued for a garden suite. Depending on the results of this application, the owner may choose to go forward with the as-of-right garden suite. There are no variances that are associated with that. I'll also point out, just for your information, that there is another building permit that is associated with a rear addition. Again, there are no variances associated with that building permit. The owner is viewing that as an alternative option if the committee chooses to refuse this application.
Okay, so you're not necessarily pursuing both or all? It's just, it could be a one or the other, but I guess you're just looking for options.
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, you might want to take a seat. We've got quite a few speakers. So, is there anyone here in person to speak to this item?
Mr. Chair, we do not have anyone in person to speak to it. Everyone is virtual, with some wanting to be on video.
Okay, are we starting at the top of the list with
If you'd
Mr.
like,
Donald?
yep.
Okay.
Sandy has requested to be on video. So Sandy, can I double check? Do you still want to be on video?
Yes.
Okay, stand by. All right, Mr. Chair, I'm making them a panelist right now. Sandy, you're a panelist now, so you can go ahead and hit start video in the bottom center of your screen.
Okay,
and I'll go
start
ahead.
video.
And I'll go ahead and unmute you. Oh, you're unmuted. Just let me, one moment, please.
Hopefully I'm live.
Okay, you're good to go now.
Okay.
Sure, I'll go turn that.
My name is Sandy Donald. I'm from 3436th Street. I've lived in Long Branch for 23 years. I'm also a member of the Save the Long Branch Tree Committee. This is not your average tree. It's obvious to the historical nature of the tree, which is covered by others. I believe there was a letter from Bill Zufel, who's a local historian. The sheer size of the tree has attracted a lot of public attention. It has become a lightning rod for Toronto debate about the city as a champion of trees. It's gotten coverage, CTV, Global, City TV,
and a whole slew of newspaper articles. I believe there's over 87 letters of objections have been filed for this this time around, plus ones from the previous one. Save the Long Branch Tree Committee came into existence because of this tree. The public is looking at this as a test of is Toronto really serious about trees, or is it just a political spin? The city's Every Tree Counts, the Green and Green City, Environmental Emergency, Chapter 813. Like it or not, this is a precedent precedent on how far Toronto will go to save our old growth trees. Are we really serious about reaching the 40% tree canopy? Long Branch has gone from 27% in 2009 down to 15% in 2020. The tree canopy of this tree covers, but basically it's significant, it covers about 5 property. If it dies or is removed, will be a significant loss to not just the neighborhood, but to Long Branch. The protection of the black barn maple has to be thorough and managed rigidly. Nothing can be left to chance. For the committee adjustments, this is not merely your average tree. Other areas of consideration is under the character guidelines, section 15. It will endanger one of Long Branch's oldest and largest tree. Actually, I believe it's the largest one in West Long Branch. It will endanger existing trees, does not ensure adequate separation of to provide trees for growth. As far as precedents go, in the 7036 36th Street decision that was handed down by TLAB, it was stated the current concern echoed by Councillor Mark Grimes in a report to the Etobicoke Community Council in February 2018. The trees that are protected by tree zoning protection zones during the construction of these homes often succumb to their injuries and are ultimately removed, diminishing the tree canopy of Long Branch even further. Also in that decision, I find this was handed down by the adjudicator. I find the tree bylaw 813 is supportive of strong communities, etc., but cash in lieu is not by itself completely sufficient in this case, considering all the circumstances. I do have in there a wildlife impact statement. This tree, by its sheer size, is basically a mini ecosystem. To remove this tree will be devastating for animals in the area. Everything from squirrels, raccoons, skunks, all that sort of stuff. The tree, too, and it's the thing that has to be considered, especially for old growth trees, is Toronto is on one of the 5 major migratory routes in North America. To remove this tree will also remove, if it's somewhere basically where the birds can in fact stop over. Also, when you get to this will endanger City of Toronto's microbiodiversity ecosystem and whatnot. In the version it talks of supportive by biodiversity. It's policy 3.4, sustaining the natural ecosystem, supporting biodiversity in the city. Migration, they talk about migration routes, biodiversity, Toronto biodiversity strategy. Much of Toronto biodiversity strategies have been lost as settlement and urbanization removes most of the...
Can I ask you to wrap up, please?
Okay. Basically, in summary, is this application, as it does not sufficiently address the recurrence of previous Committee of Adjustments requests in regards to the trees. Nothing about the garden suite at the back. All the arborist reports on this, including the TLAB one and other ones that have been submitted, this tree is in perfect health. There is nothing wrong with it.
Can we wrap up, please?
Okay, and more than normal steps have to be taken to protect this tree. There's a lot more at stake than, to be honest, just this property.
Thank you.
Also, attached to my thing, I do have a thing in there, just quickly, a thing in there from R.J. Tolkien. Every tree has its enemies. Few have an advocate.
We have seen
and
the
I
material.
apply to this tree. Thanks.
Okay. Questions? I'll save mine for later. I guess I'm just going to make a point. The applicant isn't requesting for the tree to be removed, but your point is that it's not going to survive.
Oh,
is that correct?
We'll generally bring them back onto the stage here.
Yes,
Sorry.
talking about the chances
Sandy,
of survival.
if you could just...
Yes.
I had you muted there for a second, so if you could state that again.
Okay, there's nothing in this tree protection thing that talks about the risk or the percentage chance of the tree, in effect, dying. There's nothing in it that mentions the garden suite at the back.
Okay.
Which all go to whether the tree is going to survive or not.
Okay, thank you. Our next deputant is Christine Ricardo.
Let me get Sandy off here, and then we'll get on. We'll get Christine. Okay, Christine, you're unmuted.
Hello, panel members.
Good evening.
Actually, may I make a suggestion? Matt Cook, who is a representative from Councillor Morley's office, is actually registered to depute as well. And he had some statements with regards to the process, and it may be more efficient if he actually spoke before I did, before we went much further.
That's fine. Sure.
Okay, Mr. Chair, we'll put Matt on. Matt,
I still want my turn, though.
We're not eliminating you.
No. No.
Okay. Matt, I'm going to go ahead and make you a panelist because it says you want to be on video for this. So you can go ahead and hit the start video button at the bottom center of your screen, and I'll go ahead and unmute you. Okay, you're unmuted. Let me hit update. Okay.
Good evening, Chair and committee members. Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely.
Okay. So I'm here to talk about 95 James Street. As you have in your folder, I'm sure, a lot of letters of objection from the community. We have also received those letters of objection. And as a result, I have been digging into this application quite thoroughly over the course of the past several weeks. In engaging with the applicant, I was actually happy to hear that they do seem to have an intention to keep the tree and try to save the tree. However, they haven't been accurately informing the public and keeping planning staff informed with the efforts that they've done. So they have mentioned the revised foundation extension at the rear foundation extension. But they didn't upload those plans until well after the notice period. And I actually see that they've just been uploaded to the Application Information Center today, which is far too late to be able to properly inform the many people who are concerned about this particular issue. In all honesty, there is also the garden suite permit. And while the applicant is saying that they are weighing their options and they're not sure whether they're actually going to proceed with that, the permit has been issued. So there's no mention of that garden suite within this application that's before you today, but that may also trigger an additional softscaping variance. I'm currently unsure because there's not any mention of it within the application as it stands with committee today. I don't actually have to go to my full 5 minutes here. My concerns, and I want to be clear, I'm here on behalf of Councillor Morley. I've reviewed this file extensively with her. Our concerns for this site are related to making sure that the public is accurately informed with what's being proposed, and the committee is making a decision on a full, complete application that has had that proper notice issued, which it hasn't been the case for this one. So we opposed the application that was circulated in the pre-circulation materials, which still had the rear foundation extension and the second story. We're honestly not entirely certain how we feel about the revised plans that don't have that rear foundation extension and just have the second story addition. because there hasn't been due process to make sure that the information is being presented to the public and being presented to committee in a responsible manner. With that, we are requesting that this be further deferred to allow the public to reconsider the application with the changes in planning, allow more consultation with the arborist and urban forestry, and also allow the applicant to include the garden suite within their application package so that it can be determined whether that triggers additional variances on this site. And that is our position here.
Sorry, just to summarize, so you're suggesting we defer?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I think if we're going to consider that at all, we should have that discussion now rather than going through all the rest of the deputants. And perhaps we have Mr. Milne Price come back for that. It comes back to what I was starting to say earlier, in that the drawings that were submitted as additional materials are a little bit clearer than what was initially submitted. I would argue they're still not complete, or they're not completely accurate. I'm not sure if you can address the fact that only one of your elevations shows the cantilever.
Mr. Chair, what I'll say just in terms of a deferral is I would prefer for a decision to be made today. This application was already previously deferred.
Yeah, and that gave you time to update your files, which you didn't do until a couple of days ago.
I'll point out that in terms of Mr. Cook's issue with the timing of the new plans being sent in, those were sent in on January 12th on Friday. Once it's in staff's hands, there's not much more I can do to have it uploaded, because I only send in the plans and I don't personally upload them.
I understand that, but you know, this was originally heard in September, right? Anyway, we've got your position on the deferral. Thank you. Members, any comments? Keep going.
Mr. Chair, give me one moment while I turn the microphone off. Who do you
you.
want to speak to next?
Well, if we can come back to the order we had and have Christine come back.
Perfect. Okay, Christine.
Okay, I'm here. Okay, so thank you, Mr. Chair, for reordering that. So I'm here to speak about this application for 95 James. So I'll just give staff just a minute to pull up my letter, please.
One moment.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Christian Mercado, and I'm the chair of the Long Branch Neighborhood Association. This was additionally deferred for a successful tree protection plan, and we stated that what was received was incomplete and did not match the submitted plans. So if you go to page 4, we have grounds that this application can still be refused without adequate protections for the blackburn maple. We've updated our FSI analysis for the geographic neighborhood, and we delineated this neighborhood using 4.1.5 of the official plan, which is on page 4.4. So we created a geographic neighborhood in accordance with the policy for examination. We also use 4.1.5 definition of prevailing, immediate context, and broader neighborhoods. And the definition of prevailing is most commonly occurring. An immediate context is the houses on the same street, on the same plot, on the same block and are most important for respecting and reinforcing physical character. So in the immediate context, which is delineated in purple, the prevailing building type is single detached and mostly on the bottom of the hill on the west side of James. The prevailing FSI is 0.35 in the immediate context, and it's also concentrated on the west side of James. Using this detailed analysis, we have found that the proposed FSI is not prevailing in the immediate context, and so it doesn't meet policy 4.1.5C, prevailing density of nearby residential properties. The small FSI and plantable space provided by these small, more affordable homes provide a unique growing area for the blackbar maple, and the lack of transparency with the garden suite puts this maple in jeopardy as this application. So this application is actually also against policy 4.1.5H, continuation of special landscape features that contribute to the unique physical character of the geographic neighborhood, and I, conservation of landscapes. So as Mr. Cook said, we've not seen the updated plan, so we can't really comment on them. So I'll just ask you to go to page 6 of my letter. I resubmitted the TLAB decision that was issued in 2022 that clearly stated in the second last paragraph, the deployment of the FSI does not satisfy the general intent and purpose of the OP, resulting in the removal of the blackbar maple was not minor nor desirable. So we would assume that a long drawn out death due to injury because of an incorrect deployment of FSI is not upholding this decision as well. So if you go to page 22, there's an additional decision where it was a similar FSI was considered and refused at 89 and 91 James. The committee actually refused it, and it was appealed by the applicant, and they did not produce any land use planning evidence to support the proposal of 0.51 FSI, and the COA decision was upheld. Now, if you can go to page 24, there's no measurement of the impact due to the garden suite. We can't see the plans for the garden suite, but it's permitted to be almost 1,000 square feet with a basement. So the construction and the services will go right through the tree protection zone and are not accounted for in this application or in the arborist report that's been provided. If you can go to page 25, some work has already started. We don't know what this is, but there has already been injury to the blackbar maple. You seem to be behind me as far as staff goes.
Unfortunately, our presenter's laptop is freezing, but members are following themselves.
Okay, thank you. So this photograph, we aren't sure what the activity was, but injury has already happened. And on page 26, the tree declaration remains uncorrected. So the density proposed is not prevailing, and considering that the FSI and garden suite contribute to the most certainly fatal injury to the blackbar maple, it does not adhere to the spirit of the TLAB decision issued in 2022. The fate of the blackbar maple should be crystal clear in the plan submitted, and it is up to this body to decide and to ensure steps are taken so the blackbar maple's ability to survive and thrive is possible. And FSI is an effective tool to regulate and preserve this forest for the enjoyment of the neighborhood that live here. Considering the letters of objection on the file, the residents recognize the importance of this density and this ability to measure this density. And it's a tool to preserve this unique and valuable physical characteristic of the neighborhood. Since deferral has not been presented as an option, unfortunately, we would have to ask for refusal. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the panel to the deputant? No? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Mercado. Judy Gibson is our next.
Mr.
Deputy.
Chair, Judy has asked to be on video. We can double check with her. Judy, do you still want to be on video?
Yes, please. And could you please also pull up my letter from January 11th, please?
Okay, Judy, I've made you a panelist, so you should be able to turn your video on by hitting the Start Video button at the bottom center of the screen. And I'll take this moment to unmute you as well. And then I'll move you to the stage.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you to the chair and the members of the Committee of Adjustment for allowing me to speak today. My name is Judy Gibson, and I chair the Tree Canopy Preservation and Enhancement Committee for the neighborhood of Long Branch. We are objecting to this application in its current form for many of the reasons that you've heard already. If the applicant is serious about protecting this tree, which is fully qualified as an Ontario official heritage tree, with the exception, it requires the owner's signature. That's the only thing that's remaining. Forest Ontario has reviewed its qualifications. We've had arborists review it. We've had Forest Ontario's arborists review it. It's been through a 5-day TLAB hearing. And if you could go back to the first page, please, of my, right there, I want that map up, please. Thank you. It qualifies as a heritage tree, except for the owner's signature. So if the owner's serious and they sign off on it, great. The owner also has not provided a fully transparent arborist plan. It was deferred in September for an arborist tree protection plan. And as we heard immediately in October 2023, after less than a month after the Committee of Adjustment directed that, the applicant filed and received a building permit for a garden suite. That garden suite, as our understanding, is 92 square meters. 0.35, which is the maximum FSI permitted on this lot, is 97 square meters. So the garden suite is almost the size of what is permitted on this site, plus the applicant is asking for variances of 0.59 FSI. So the combined building on this site puts the tree's preservation in doubt, serious doubt, and they have not disclosed how much of the tree canopy will be removed as well. Our concern is that with this application and not disclosing the full degree of tree injury, that the tree will be removed, and that is our major concern. This tree provides tremendous economic or environmental benefits, and that was the basis of the decision. This tree fails. If you go down to the next 2 pages, you'll see the size of the tree canopy. This tree canopy is huge when it's in leaf, so you need to go down 2 pages. Thank you. It's very large. There it is, circled in red. That's the size of the tree canopy. There is no other tree this size in the area. And if this is removed, this is going to remove tremendous amount of benefits that this tree provides to the community. If you go further on, I've outlined the policies in the official plan, which again was the reason why TLAB refused this. This application fails the policies if it puts the survival of the black bar maple in doubt. This application would not be preserving existing mature trees and incorporating them in, and it would be failing to preserve and enhance the urban forest and providing suitable and growing environments for trees. So this application puts it in doubt. If you carry on to the next page, the applicant in their diagram that I showed you on my first page does not accurately portray the diameter of the trunk. So we question the size of the tree protection zone as well that's provided by the arborist report, because they've underestimated the size of the tree canopy. If you go down to the next page, it shows pictures of the size of the tree canopy. Keep going, I think you have to go a couple more. This tree is massive, it is huge. And there it is there. So the trunk of the tree is much larger than what's shown in the arborist report. So I just look at that, you know, the garden suite, as we've already heard, may trigger more variances in soft landscaping. In the applicant's plan, I question what plan is even the committee looking at, because the plan that was submitted to the public and that we had to comment on by January 11th is a different plan than what the applicant submitted, he said, on January 12th, after the letters were supposed to be submitted, and that only got posted on the Committee of Adjustments application site today at noon. So I don't even know what plan the committee is going to be looking at when they're making a decision. So how can the committee approve that? I would think the committee would have to refuse it based on that, and based on the fact that it was deferred for a tree protection plan that is not clear whether it's actually going to be. So when we look at this, we say that this is not being transparent, and I would request this committee respectfully to refuse this application. And again, we would have been happy with a deferral to actually see a full tree protection plan, but we haven't seen that. So we would ask for a refusal at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. I've got one too, but go ahead.
Good afternoon, Judy. I wanted
Hello.
to ask you, can you elaborate for me and perhaps the panel on the issue or definition or aspects relating to a heritage tree?
Certainly. So a heritage tree is managed by Forests Ontario. And there's 3 criteria for a tree to become a heritage tree. And the Long Branch Neighborhood Association has a history and cultural committee. And we've successfully achieved Ontario Heritage Tree official status for 4 trees in Long Branch. And the criteria, and this one, as I said, we've worked with Forests Ontario to get 2 of those steps done already, and the only one required is the owner's signature. So that's one of the steps, is the landowner has to sign off on their agreement that this tree becomes a heritage tree. The other criteria is that the tree has to be healthy. It has to, we've had trees that we've applied for that didn't pass. It's not easy to get a silver maple approved as an official heritage tree. It needs to be healthy. It needs to have strong structural. It needs to be able to live for quite a number of years. So it can't be at the end of its stage, as the arborist said. It wouldn't have passed as an Ontario heritage tree if it was. So they're looking at trees that are strong, that are unique, that are, so it has to be arboriculturally sound and a good specimen. And then the third criteria, it has to have a historical significance to it. And this tree is on the land and near the Black Barn. That's where it gets its name, Black Barn Maple, of Colonel Samuel Smith, who was the initial landowner in this area. And he was actually, and I'm sorry, I'm not the historian. The story was submitted by Bill Zufeld, who is our historian. But he was like a local governor at the beginning of when this land was first settled. And so the Black Barn that he had is near this tree, or was near this tree, the site of it. And that's the historical significance that's attached with this tree, is because it's on the location of where the Black Barn was. So that has to go through quite a rigorous review by the heritage people within Forests Ontario. So it takes a lot to get a tree approved as a official heritage tree.
Just a follow-up question. So what's the implication to a private lot owner, residential lot owner, when a tree is designated heritage? You require their signature, the landowner's signature. What impact or implications does it have for the landowner and the responsibilities of that landowner? Can you answer that, or?
The responsibilities for the landowner is to preserve the tree. So they're basically, I mean, any private tree, it is the landowner's responsible to manage and maintain the tree. With a heritage tree, it's a privilege. And as I mentioned, we have 4 official heritage trees already in Long Branch, and 3 of them are privately owned, and 1 of them is a city-owned tree. But 3 of them that are privately owned, the landowners see it as a privilege, and they're proud of their heritage tree. We do an annual garden tour. We don't, there's a garden tour in our garden group in Long Branch that hosts in June it's the largest free garden tour in Canada. And the landowners of the private trees usually open up their yards so that people can get up and close to the heritage trees. So the landowners see it as a privilege, and it's something that they're proud of, to have a heritage tree on their property. And they maintain it, and they take care of it, and they're very careful about what they do around it so that it's preserved and it remains healthy.
Judy, just a couple more questions. The age of the tree. Any idea what the age of the tree is?
The arborist, I believe, put it at about 100 years. I believe that's what but I don't know for sure. I think they ranged 100 to 130 years. But the point is, it's not at the end of its life at all. If it's in a good growing condition and good state of health, which it is, the arborists and it had to go through a series of arborists. There was an applicant's arborist at TLAB. There was the city arborist looking at it. There was the arborist that came in from Heritage or from Forests Ontario. And then there was another arborist that looked at it. And all of the arborists have said the tree is healthy. It's in very good shape.
And Judy, what, if any, conclusions have you reached with the city's forestry department?
So there's the municipal chapter 813, which is the tree protection bylaw. And under private trees, it states that if a tree falls within the as of right footprint, that the tree can be removed. And that's only if the application is as of right. This application is not as of right. And that was a big discussion in the TLAB hearing, is the applicant argued that the Black Bar maple fell within the as of right footprint, and therefore they had a right to remove it. Unfortunately, forestry has stated a position that if a tree is within the as of right footprint, that they will issue a permit to remove the tree. The TLAB hearing at 95 James determined that it's not as of right if it requires variances. And the application in front of them did not require variances of 0.61 FSI and other variances, side yard setbacks, etc. So the tribunal head, Chair Tassiopoulos, determined that it's not in the as of right footprint, and therefore he refused it. We've also had that also confirmed at 24 Fairfield, the same situation that was at another TLAB hearing, where again, urban forestry had no problem with a significant tree being removed. But the chair looked at the environmental policies and looked at it and said it does not fall under the definition, because the definition under Municipal Code Chapter 813 says as of right has to be no building or nothing beyond a building permit issued. And that's not what's before them. So unfortunately, forestry, if there's too much damage to the tree, and quite frankly, that's why we're asking, because if it's more than 25-30% damage to the tree, urban forestry will issue a permit to remove the tree. The only person who can stop it would be the general manager under the potential to be a heritage tree, which is also a criterion. So that would be passing it on to the general manager to determine that they will not issue a permit to remove the tree if it has the potential to be a heritage tree, which this tree clearly does have. But our question is why would the committee put it to the general manager when they have the ability to refuse it here?
So Judy, your group and you as chair have done admirable work in Etobicoke and South Etobicoke as the arborist for Long Branch. But are your goals and the goals of the city's forestry department, are they not on the same wavelength, on the same course? I mean, your goals are basically the same: to protect, preserve the forest within Toronto. Is there a disagreement between your group and forestry on this specific tree?
The definition of the interpretation of of Municipal Code Chapter 813, yes, we disagree with urban forestry on it. And it's been tested in 2 TLAB hearings, and we're now in a 3rd one that's just finished, and we'll see what happens with that one. But it's been tested in 2 legal hearings, that the definition that TLAB used, that we argued, and that TLAB used applies, and not the definition that urban forestry is using. And I guess just to be clear, we are not opposed to the applicant building on the site. We just want it to be transparent that the tree will survive. And as we've said, the applicant has not chosen to provide the full picture of the injury to the tree. And that's all we're asking for, is we would like to see what's the full extent of the injury. If the applicant is serious about protecting the tree, then why are they not showing an arborist report showing the full extent of the injury to the tree? And why did these plans come in after all the community ones? And why did the plans just get posted today? So, and the arborist report was done back in October. So, and then they went and there was a garden suite building permit already issued, and the arborist report didn't include that. So, you know, we have questions then, and we're just saying that the applicant should be transparent and show that they're serious about protecting the tree.
Do you not think that Toronto Forestry is on the same wavelength as you are?
We see different definitions, and we're looking at that Municipal Code Chapter 813 says that the as of right building permit is different than the way urban forestry is interpreting it. And we actually disagree with their interpretation of it. And we've been in a number of TLAB hearings now where, again, it's been upheld, our definition of it. In the way it is, it's the way it's written. It's written as a definition in Municipal Code Chapter 813. So yes, we do think that urban forestry should change that if they want to achieve a 40% tree canopy goal.
Thank you so much, Judy. Sorry for the very superficial questions.
No, thank you.
Thank you, Dominic. You asked one of my questions as well. I just wanted to clarify, though, that the TLAB hearing that took place, that was originally, the proposal was to remove this tree. The applicant is not asking to remove at this point, but I understand your clarity issues, and I mean, that was where I had some concerns too with regards to the drawings that we received now, which we should have received a weeks ago. My other question had to do with, you know, why is forestry only asking for condition 2, but I think you've answered that extensively with Dominic, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you. Our next speaker, or
yes, Mr. Chair, it'll be
Katrina.
Correct. Let me just do some swapping here. All right, Mr. Chair, Katrina Krost is ready to speak.
Welcome.
Kathy, go ahead.
Oh, hi. I'm sorry. I was so engrossed in Judy's presentation. It was fantastic. Hi, it's Catherine Cotras from 99 Lake Promenade again. And first of all, I do want to thank you for your ruling this morning. I have found today's proceedings very interesting, and I do want to mention that I appreciate the attention you give to the minutiae of detail to all of these applications. I'm speaking, of course, to the viability of the tree, and I don't mean to be too repetitive, but it does appear that the very likely adverse impacts on the maple tree are not transparent in this application, and I'm just seeking robust tree protection. It's essential and entirely possible, and of course has already been legally mandated. And it's proven to be possible because it is happening at the new build at 9 or 11 James Street. I believe it's 11 James Street. The municipal address is not posted. A new house is being built around a healthy large tree, and the results will be quite beautiful. So it can be done. Severed healthy trees, and I have to tell you, I experienced the removal, sadly, illegally, of several trees on my property, and it changed the dynamic. There was, my privacy was lost, the shade, and the visual, the impact of losing trees is really quite harmful. And so in fact, what happened after it happened to me because of the new build next door, the eastern side was barren and bleak, so I am imploring you to ensure that the magnificent maple has proper, robust protection as a strictly enforced condition. And I think under these circumstances, I would respectfully request that this application be declined because there has been tremendous opportunity and latitude provided to the owner to adhere to this request back in September. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is Stephen Vella online still, or?
Mr. Chair, they are. Just maybe quick, just double check with any members wanting questions.
Any questions for Katrina? No.
Stephen is present. Yes. Stephen, go ahead. Stephen? Stephen, yeah.
Hello, how are you?
Good. There we go. We've
Hi,
got you.
how are you? Can you hear me?
We can. Just
can
make
hear
sure, let city staff be responsible for muting and unmuting, all right?
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
All good.
Can you please bring my letter?
We
You have that
will
in your
we will do our best to
folder?
find the letter and get it up. Stephen, can we double check the letter you want to bring up is the one from back in September?
No, I submitted another one. I think it came through January 12th. I'm sorry, I don't have the number. Would I be able to share my screen?
No, we got it here.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right, we'll have it up in a second, Stephen, so if you'd like to start.
Thank you. My name is Stephen Vella. I live at 42 Ash Crescent in Long Branch, and I am lucky to have the heritage tree Stop 26 in my backyard. I was before this committee last spring asking for support and protection for Stop 26, and I would like to thank you again for that protection as you deferred the development proposal that would have, according to my arborist, killed the tree. This is a similar situation. This applicant submitted an application last September and had no tree protection or correctly completed sign law declaration. The application last fall was deferred by the committee, and the applicant's representative said the owner was concerned about the tree and did not want to injure them. He said he would return with a plan to protect the trees and completed tree protection bylaw declaration. But unfortunately, not much has changed since the fall. As of this writing, there is no completed tree protection bylaw declaration, and the arborist report is incomplete. The arborist report does not talk about any damage that would be inflicted from the creation of the 9-foot extension, and the arborist report does not mention the damage the tree would receive from the garden suite, as others have mentioned. This silver maple has gone through all stages of assessment to be designated as a heritage tree and is deserving candidate for protection through municipal bylaws and under the Ontario Heritage Act. The most amazing thing about the Blackmore maple is that all the people over the last 100+ years that have made an effort to protect it and preserve the tree. This is a fairly narrow lot, and over the years, I am sure, many family gatherings fill the backyard, and instead of removing the tree for more room to play catch or add another dining table, they instead chose to enjoy the beauty, tranquility, and grandeur of the tree. This protection took place for generation after generation. According to the U.S. Department of Agriculture, as Judy mentioned, the silver maples live to be 130 to 150 years. We cannot let when the developer purchased property The tree was already there. This tree is not a surprise. We cannot let a developer who bought an investment property in the wrong location destroy all that love and care by allowing the construction of a structure that is oversized and requires significant variances. There is nothing the applicant is asking for that is minor. A very similar proposal was presented at TLAB and was refused by panel chair John Thessalopoulos on November 2020. In his decision, he showed the importance of preserving mature trees in their canopy when he restated that the applicant's arborist stated the number of replacement trees needed to replace the Blackmore maple would exceed 30. The chair's conclusion was, I find the proposal in its current form does not satisfy the general intent and purpose of the OP and its policies regarding tree protection. Furthermore, the development of FSI on the subject property will impact not only the silver maple, but its contributions to the tree canopy, and its removal is not minor nor desirable. For the reasons I have outlined, the proposal cannot be supported. I ask the Committee of Adjustment to refuse this application until the applicant proposes development without significant variances. And we need to continue the respectful practices that have nurtured this beautiful and significant tree. If you can go down to the next page, there's a full color picture in color about the tree. You should be able to, it's very impressive. This is from the applicant's documentation. It's an amazing, amazing tree. And just underneath this, there's the blue spruce of the neighbors that would also be lost. Thank you for your support in protecting this beautiful and healthy tree.
Thank you, Mr.
By
Vella.
refusing this application.
Any questions from panel members for Mr. Vella? Seeing none. We have no more speakers on.
Mr. Chair, there are no more speakers, no.
Okay, excellent. Mr. Milne Price, could you come back up then? Floor is yours.
Hello again. All right. So the first issue I'd like to just discuss is just regarding the east and west elevations that you brought up, Mr. Chair. I was frazzled when you initially mentioned it, but I had a chance to review again the plans that were sent in, and the helical piers are shown on both elevations. So in my view, that is not by any means confusing. It is clear.
The piers are shown, but on one of the elevations, the setback is grayed in to make it look as if you're coming straight across. It's a minor thing, but it just, for someone who's not reading, not used to reading drawings, it visually looks like you're not setting it back on that side.
I'll point out that the foundation proposed is quite clearly shown on both elevations, and I think that's the clear part that is causing an issue, whether the foundation extends or not, and the plans do show that the foundation will not extend. So that's the first point I'll make. Just in regard to Mr. Donald's submission, I agree with much of what he said. My intent is to retain this tree. It is an excellent tree. There was no mention of any impact from the proposed variances by Mr. Donald. I'll comment on the fact that he had an issue with the arborist report. I am not an arborist. I've reviewed many arborist reports, and typically they do not include a % chance. I think coming up with a number like that would be quite difficult to do correctly. With regard to what Mr. Cook pointed out, I did send in the revised plans as soon as I had a chance to look at them and review them. I definitely was not sitting on. As soon as the plans were prepared, they were sent in the most expeditious manner as possible. In terms of the proposed softscaping that Mr. Cook mentioned, I'll just point out that this proposal will remove the existing driveway and replace it all with softscaping, which is quite a desirable improvement in my view. I'll also point out just he did recommend a deferral and mentioned that he may be in support or may not be of a revised version. There would be no change in variances. So the application that is approved would essentially be the same. notwithstanding the foundation changes we discussed. Ms. Mercado spoke to the FSI not being prevailing. I'll point out that the official plan in 415 specifically states that some geographic neighborhoods include a mix of physical characters. This section of James Street, as we discussed, features in a large apartment building, as well as many multiplexes and semi-detached dwellings. These buildings, they're not bound by the same FSI requirements as single detached dwellings, and as such, there is a range of dwellings that don't have minor variance decisions associated with them, but nonetheless still form the existing physical character of the neighborhood. Now, I'll also just quickly mention the point about as of right. Whether we consider the urban forestry's definition of as of right or Ms. Gibson's, I'm fine either way. I would like to point out that under either definition, an as of right dwelling would be potentially disastrous for this tree, whereas a application that's in front of you represents a chance to retain this tree. In my view, the issues pointed out weren't necessarily with the variances proposed, but were with issues of the bylaws that are currently exist on the property. To quickly address everything else, just in terms of whether the arborist report is complete or not, Urban Forestry has no issue with the arborist report that was submitted, and if it was by some means incomplete or inaccurately representing the subject property, I'm sure that Urban Forestry would make a objection to that. And I'll also point out that regardless of the decision today, Urban Forestry is still required to submit that permit. The decision of the committee does not automatically mean that Urban Forestry will or will not issue a permit. I believe that covers all of the deputations, but I'm happy to go into anything else.
Please stay for questions.
Yes, yes, sir.
Actually, can I ask staff to put up east and west elevations from the added materials?
We'll be able to do one at a time.
Yeah, one at a time.
Perfect.
Sorry. So the east elevation, and I think, yeah, I mean, that shows the cutout where essentially that the foundation is not extending. But then when you go to the west elevation, it's not, it doesn't mirror that. The jog in the wall is there, but it indicates that that basement level continues over to the veranda. And unless I'm mistaken, I mean, that if you're running that foundation line straight across the back, and that's not what's being depicted here in the west elevation.
If I may comment?
Please.
So you can see the foundation line of the basement that's shown on that elevation.
Yes.
Right there. It ends at that little cutout where the cantilevered addition begins. That is where the foundation currently exists, and that's the end of where it's proposed in these plans.
So how is this 2-foot section or 3-foot section going to support itself?
I'm not an engineer, Mr. Chair. I don't have the expertise to be able to answer that question. I'm certain, though, that the reviewers of any sort of building permit would absolutely.
No, I'm sure they will, but to me, it just doesn't jive one with the other. Anyway, that's the only point I was making earlier. Panel members, any questions for Mr. Melprice?
It may be a question that doesn't need to be asked, but you've had many conversations with urban forestry, with staff in urban forestry, have you not?
Well, I was not personally the one having conversations. I was copied on all of the emails, so I'm aware of Urban Forestry's position.
Staff members that assist you, or?
The staff member we were speaking with in Urban Forestry was Max Dita.
Yeah, but from your firm, who was corresponding with Max? And were these conversations ongoing with respect to the tree? As I say, it may be a question that doesn't need to be asked, but for my own edification, obviously there's been a lot of conversations between you, the representative for the owners, and Max Dita, who's the the manager for that section, regarding the tree. And you know what their requirements are with respect to protecting the tree and issues of that nature.
I'm not sure what your question is exactly, Member Gooley.
So I'm asking, as the applicant's agent, somebody in your office and your arborists, or the applicant's arborists, they have had ongoing conversations with Urban Forestry, with Max's group, have they not?
It was the applicant that was having the conversations, and I was copied on these emails.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a question, quick question. I understand this tree is a big deal in the community. It's a huge deal, and it's a huge tree. Why isn't there anything from Urban Forestry in our package? Where?
Urban Forestry has requested condition 2, permit to injure or remove a privately owned.
But there's no written
There's
specific.
there's nothing. No, I mean, there's a simple condition of approval, which we get on, 90% of the applications now. But there's nothing to substantiate all of this attention, is what I'm saying. And I don't understand it. If this tree is so important to the community and to the city, why hasn't Urban Forestry actually given us something to sink our teeth into?
I suppose I can attempt to answer that question. Obviously, I can't speak for Urban Forestry staff. I would absolutely, have also been happy to see a definitive report from Urban Forestry. The memo that is provided, though, does clearly have a spot to indicate whether they object to any of the proposed variances, or if they were to request for further deferral to have more conversation. They have not indicated that is their position. Instead, they have indicated that they would just request a condition of approval that a permit to injury is issued.
That was basically a rhetorical question, but yes, thank you for attempting to answer it.
Perhaps that was a good question for Judy Gibson. I think she did. Anyway. Okay, any other questions? Thank you then. I guess we should take this in for some discussion. Just want to do a little bit of a summary. So as Laura just pointed out, Forestry has just put a simple condition on their chart. They have not provided us with a report. Transportation does have 2 conditions. I don't think anyone's talked about that. And that's basically all that we have from city departments. Just want to point out that the original application that went to TLAP was for the removal of this tree, and that's what was overturned. It seems like what's at issue here is whether this tree is in danger given the application. No one's asking to remove it. There's a difference of opinion as to whether it will survive this construction or not. And there is perhaps some lack of clarity in terms of the drawings that were submitted, which should have been submitted earlier. But that's really what it comes down to. And there is the issue of whether there's a precedent for the FSI and other variances, but I think that's secondary to what the main concern is, which is the tree. Dominic?
Chair, I have great respect for Christine Mercado and Judy Gibson, the work that they do in the community. And I've had lots of input from them on many occasions on varied items. And they are both very dedicated, very hardworking, and have their interests in their community at heart. They live in that community. They want to protect that community. The tree canopy in the city is extremely important. But I also have great respect for our forestry department and the fact that we're trying to increase that tree canopy to the greatest extent. And I don't want to diminish in any way the importance of this tree. If it's 100 years old or if it's 75 years old, and what the lifetime of this tree is. Obviously, it's a healthy tree. I've been out there several times to see it as well. And indeed, it's a big tree in the rear yard. Indeed, it may be paramount to migrating birds and fauna in the area. But I believe that the issue before us are variances, and we have 5 variances. We have input from the departments that are required to submit their technical comments and expertise to us. We also have comments from our forestry department. So I think what's before us today are the variances and the fact, too, that we have comments from transportation services, other departments, and comments also whether they may be checking off a box or not from urban forestry. And I can't see that urban forestry would not do a deep dive on this issue and not submit a full comprehensive written report if the need was there. They indicated what their requirements are, I think clearly, and that was condition 2.
Thank you for a very detailed summation. Is that going to lead you to a motion by any chance?
Well,
or do we have some more comments?
I made some comments, just a conversation with my panel members. And as I said, I think that Christine and Judy are so passionate about what they do.
Absolutely.
But I'm also aware that our forestry department has experts. They've been hired to be experts. So I respect all of them and the input that they give. But as far as our task is concerned, we have 5 variances and we have comments from both forestry and we have comments from transportation services. And that's what we have before us to consider.
If I could just add one small item here. This application has been held up for a while, and the house is pretty dilapidated and falling down. And I would think that the community, and in fact the street, would want to see some improvement in that respect too as well. So I know that's not taking into consideration the tree, but it is, I think, taking into consideration the actual streetscape. So I just wanted to add that.
Fair, thank you. I mean, it actually touches on the concern that I have, and that's if this is approved, I suspect the applicant will be back with an application for a new house because I can't see that thing being preserved. But
it's in bad shape.
Yeah. Okay. There we have it. I think it's another one of those tough ones, but yeah. Yeah, there's a lot more clarity I would like to have had on this, but at some point you've got to make a decision.
Chair, I'm going to try to make a motion on this. And I'm going to start off by saying that, yes, I've been doing public service for Etobicoke, this part of Toronto, for many, many years. And I'm passionate about Etobicoke, and I'm passionate also about Long Branch. I have my coffee around 4 o'clock almost every other day on Lake Promenade, and I love the area. So I'm going to say that on a personal basis. But with respect to what's before us today, Chair, the 5 variances that are before us, the variances with respect to floor space index, the variance with respect to side yard setback, the variance with respect to west side, the lot line, and the canopy, as well as the parking. I believe that the variances that are being requested do meet the 4 tests. I believe that they are desirable in order to make this happen. I also appreciate the fact that the issue of the tree is important, but I also value not just the comments of Judy and Christine, but also of our professional staff at forestry. I'm going to move that the variances being requested be authorized, be approved, and I'm going to make that subject to Transportation Services report where they're requesting 2 conditions, and also with respect to urban forestry, and that's condition number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Gully. Okay, Laura, all in favor? Opposed? Okay, the motion passes. Thank you to everyone. That concludes our afternoon session.
So, Mr. Chair and members, for your notes, we do not need to start a new YouTube live stream. We will continue to use the one we're already on. So if you'd like to take a break, that'll be up to you guys to make that call. Otherwise, we can keep the ball rolling.
I just want to take a really short break because the people for the evening session.
Mr. Chair, the may submit, is it 10 or 5?
5.
You want
Let's
5
just
minutes.
go
So in that
5.
case, so it's 6:19. Let's just do 6:25.
Right on.
We'll be back at 6:25 to start the 3 p.m. session.
Thank you. Let's just call it the evening session.
Members, if you'd like to turn your cameras off at this time, you can feel free to do so while we...
I'm going to be late. She said, you've sent that before. It's never. I just sent an email. Go ahead and eat. We're actually just sitting there by 6.
This is the longest I've stayed in a while. So what did you think of that last one?
Oh, it was another tough one, you know. But I thought, I was thinking exactly what Dominic was thinking. So there's two buckets of consideration there. The variances, to me, they were a no-brainer, they were minor. Just the variances.
Yeah.
Forget the
Oh,
tree
yeah,
for a
yeah,
second.
yeah.
Yeah, the tree. Significant, old, beautiful heritage. But end of the day,
Okay.
we get our marching orders.
I have to do the whole, yeah. Take a seat. I have to start all like a brand new meeting.
All right, everyone, we'll get started. Dominic will be returned, but while he, all right, everybody, we'll get looking to start our 3 p.m. session. We'll take this quick opportunity to do a microphone check with the people that are online. Microphone check for Brad Tapson. Brad, go ahead.
I don't think it was an oversight. I think it was.
Oh, no, exactly. I don't believe.
Mic check, Brad Tapson. Brad, go ahead.
Hi, check.
Thank you. And microphone check for Michael Kenny. Michael, go ahead.
And just decided, let's just.
Microphone check, Michael Kenny. Michael, go ahead.
And, you know.
Hi.
Hi, thank you.
Let the chips fall where they may.
Okay, Mr. Chair, that'll conclude our 3 p.m. session microphone check.
Okay, stop calling it the 3 p.m. session, because I don't think anyone expected this thing to start at 3 o'clock. Oh, come on.
If you'd like to do your...
you want to talk to later.
If you'd like to start your acknowledgement and whatnot.
Thank you, and thank you for everyone's patience. Sorry, losing my voice now. If everyone's okay, I'm going to skip the intros in terms of people's names and all of that. I'm just going to get right to what I have to do in terms of legislative requirement. So in accordance with sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the State of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that applies to property, permissions to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consents to sever property to create new lots. Land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Hearing procedures, we are now conducting hybrid, in-person, and in virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person. Others will do it virtually by electronic means through WebEx. The meetings are also streamed through the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view this hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connected with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelist. when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. All other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual applicants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during the video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect these instructions. With regards to decisions, people attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address as a committee, and TLAB will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government recently amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons, and public bodies are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. With regards to the procedure, I think you've already seen it all, but I got to read it. We call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may also ask and/or take the matter into committee for decision. Each speaker, including the applicant, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching your 5-minute mark. Any presentation or other material you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name, address, please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make their presentation. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at today's hearing. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure that the revised application is accurate and that those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Individuals either in support or opposition to the application will then be invited to speak. Generally, we first call on speakers in the hearing room and then those participating remotely. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant agent has an opportunity to rebut, but only rebut those issues which were raised by the speakers. Please, this will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Does any panel member or staff have any declarations of interest on the items on the evening agenda? Seeing none, let's proceed to the agenda. Thank you again for your patience.
So, Mr. Chair, the first item
number 36, 63 Yarrow Road. This is an application to construct a new triplex, and it is requesting 5 variances. Forestry is requesting conditions 2 and 3. Metrolinx has advisory comments. And the rest is my questions. Okay.
Mr. Chair, we have our agent and then area resident is also here to speak.
Okay. David?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Good evening.
Good evening.
The floor is yours.
Sure. To build a new triplex on the property, 5 variances proposed. I'll quickly go through them. First variance is for the front yard setback. I would want you to look at the site plan. The building itself is in fact at the average setback of the 2 adjacent buildings, but because we proposed a suite in the basement, a secondary suite, the entrance itself has caused the variance. So whatever is encroaching on the front yard is below 4 feet. It's actually below 3 feet 6. So the building itself complies with the proper front yard setback. The side yard setback on the north is proposed to be 0.46 meters. Just want to point out, if we were to build a duplex or a single-family house, we comply with the setback that in the zoning bylaw, with the addition of the third secondary suite, if I can use the zoning bylaw term. The setback jumps to the 1.2, but as of right, building duplex would be exactly within the footprint that that's being proposed. So, being that Metrolinx have commented that we're less than 60 meters from their station at Kiel and Eglinton, the additional dwelling unit seems to be something that really is in line with Toronto's housing policies that have been passed in the last couple of years and the amendments to the bylaw. The third variance is essentially the deck on the north side, which is required to be the same setback as the building. So if you're granting a variance for the north setback because of the extra dwelling unit, it's the same variance for the deck. And that also goes for a stair that it requires a 0.6 setback. And if you looked at the variance of my fingers, that's the variance for the stair. So again, the front yard, the fifth variance is in fact the front yard landscaping. There has been a licensed boulevard parking space on this property for, I'm not even sure how many years, but it's since they've been licensing that they've had a front yard parking space. What that in fact does is diminish the front yard landscaping. Also, the front entrance to the third secondary suite diminishes the landscaping. So I'm going to hazard to say that if you were to remove the basement unit, the front yard landscaping would comply, the north yard setbacks would comply, and the front yard setback would comply because the basement entrance is not in it. So in fact, the building is, as a duplex as of right, completely within the footprint of the 17-meter depth and the proper setbacks on both sides.
Thank you. Finished ahead of time. Is there any, we have no other speakers, I'm assuming. Oh, we do, okay. So first, questions for the applicant from panel members?
Just one. Are you aware of an okay with urban forestry condition requests, their conditions 2 and 3?
Of course, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, please.
And good evening, Chair. Good evening, committee. How you doing?
We're doing okay. Thanks for the wait.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
So if we can get your name
Thank
and
you.
address to start.
And I'm Ivor Piku, and I live at 67 Yarrow Road, which is right adjacent to the property that's going to be rebuilt, and that's at 63 Yarrow Road. Where I live at the back of addresses on Keel Street, 2 addresses. In the backyard of each of these 2 addresses, all right, there are 2 huge trees that in the past 5 to 10 years have made me stop gardening because I couldn't get enough sun. So the trees have gone through some significant growth in the past 6 or 7, 8 years, and so I stopped growing tomatoes, cucumbers just failed, and a couple of my broccoli just withered. All right, so that's one thing. And I am here to this evening, as I almost said today, I'm here this evening to register for the record, right, my great worry and concern that with a triplex being created on the south side of my property, I probably won't see the sun or get sunlight until maybe mid-afternoon, especially in the summer. So for the record, I just want to have that registered that if that triplex is created and it goes up above my house between the trees and the height of the triplex, I just won't see the sun, or the sun will not be beaming into my yard until late afternoon. For the record, thank you very much.
Thank you. Just trying to see if there's a variance for height. There isn't. Okay, well, if we can get the applicant back to address the questions.
sir. Yes, there are no variances for height, length, the bulk mass, and height of the building comply completely with the bylaw. So it's a really, I'll go back to the issue. I mean, it's unfortunate that the trees that are shading the neighbor's garden are to be preserved in our application. But I just put it to the committee that I think the variances are all minor. With respect to the additional dwelling unit, I think you should look at the plans. They're really nice dwelling units, 2-bedroom in the basement, 2-bedroom on the ground floor, and a 3-bedroom upstairs. They're all really good units. They're within 60 meters of the transit, so granting the variances is contributing to the housing stock of Toronto.
Thank you. Don't go away in case we have questions.
Yeah, it looks like the station is exactly right at the end of the street, at the corner. If the LRT ever opens.
Ever, yeah. That's a whole other story. Any other questions? Thank you. Oh, sorry, I had a question, but I guess just where you've located the charging station, it's so far away from the parking spot. Is that going to be functional?
The distance to the charging station?
From where you're actually parking the car? Because that's a mutual drive, right?
It's a mutual drive. And the car, in fact, parks at the front.
But you've put the charging station at the back.
That's for the long term when they're away. Yeah, the car will go to the backyard, yes.
Long extension cord?
I'm not an electrical engineer.
Anyway, I'll leave that alone. Just a curiosity. Thank you. Any discussion?
The chair has a very active mind. And we're getting a little punch drunk at this time of the day, so.
I would agree. Anyone ready for a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion. I'm satisfied that the 5 variances meet the 4 tests under the Planning Act. I empathize with the neighbor's concern about shadowing that he currently doesn't experience from the little bungalow that's there right now, but as has been discussed, the bylaw allows you to build the height that you wish because you're not requesting a variance, so it's a legal building in terms of the height you're proposing. So I'm satisfied the application meets the 4 tests, and I move approval, subject to urban forestry conditions 2 and 3.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Seconder. Mr. Gully? No? Laura? Okay, go ahead. I'm not looking around quick enough. All in favor? Okay, it's a unanimous approval. Thank you.
And good luck with your garden.
Okay, next item, number 37, 24 ROMFIELD Drive. Let me just find this.
So, Mr. Chair, while you look it up, I just want to confirm the applicant is present, and there's also an area speaker that you won't have on your list as there's a light minute ad.
Okay, thank you. So, this is an application to enclose an existing carport, and there are 2 variances being sought. Transportation has chimed in as okay, and no other departments have any comments. The applicant agent or the applicant is Brad Thompson.
Hi there.
Brad, welcome. Good evening.
Thanks. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, committee members. I promise we don't have any tree-related issues to talk about tonight, so hopefully we'll be nice and quick. Really quickly here, I see the diagrams up on screen. The two variances we've run into, one of them is related to the parking space, and it's kind of just falling into a gray area where the former definition of a parking space fit inside the carport. The current definition of a parking space size does not fit inside the existing carport. So by making any kind of modification to the area, we are removing the, or we're running into a problem with now that we can't fit an existing or a current definition of a parking space size. The driveway is very wide. There is room beside the existing carport equal to the space that's currently under it. There's also room inside the proposed enclosure effectively equal to what's already there. So in my mind, this one's kind of a weird, unfortunate technicality that looks like a problem. And as Transportation Services reported, they see no issue with the change, and they propose or they recommended approval. With the front yard setback, you can see here the area in question. We are planning to align the proposed enclosure with the existing front wall of the house. Because of the curving property line and the sort of street contour, the setback averaging is a little skewed. It's not like a standard sort of street wall. And so we're coming into conflict at this little highlighted portion at the front corner of the house. And we consider that to be fairly minor.
Okay, thank you. And Adam, you mentioned there's another speaker?
There is. There's a speaker.
Before we go, sorry, any questions from the panel? No? Okay, sorry, go ahead.
It's all right. The area resident is Michael Kenny. Michael, you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Oh, hi.
Hello.
Hi. Yeah, just like to speak in favor of this. I am
What
an
is your address,
environmentalist.
sir?
24 ROMFIELD.
Thank you. You're the applicant?
Yeah.
Oh, you're the owner? Okay.
Yeah.
So your agent already spoke on your behalf, so there's really no need for you to join in, okay?
Okay, okay.
Yeah, we try to get one applicant per item, so.
Okay.
Okay, we thought you were a neighbor opposing it.
No.
Okay, thank you. I'll bring it back to the committee then for discussion under motion.
I would like to present an award as the minorest of minor variances I think we've had to deal with today. Very minor indeed, meet the other tests under the Planning Act, and I move approval without conditions.
Thank you, Ms. Alderson. That one is approved unanimously. And that concludes 3 p.m., yeah. That's another topic for another day. Looking for our next motion, which is to adjourn.
Oh, that's my favorite one. Motion to adjourn.
Thank you.
At 6:48.
Done. Good night.
Good night.
See you later. Just kidding.
For the next one.
I'm supposed to be away in Costa Rica, but if I'm not feeling well, I won't be either here or in Costa Rica, so I don't know. But no, I'm not scheduled because I was supposed to be away.
How late do we have to go to get the extra pay?
Another 4 minutes.
Oh,
Another 4 minutes?
Get out. Take that motion back.
Are you serious? No.
Oh, I'm joking.
No, to get the extra pay. What time? I think it's 7 o'clock, isn't it?
I don't know, but technically you're on the clock until you're out the door.
No, there's a Toronto is. Yeah, Toronto has made that provision. I'm just wondering what the deal is on that one. I don't think it is. Oh. Oh, yeah, okay. If it's a half day.
Or for the extra day. So isn't there a cutoff time? That where the time is like, I thought the was around the time. No, at fall.
Yeah.
What's the time to go extra day?
I have to look at the.
We had to be here at 8:45.
I'll take a look right now.
It's 6:45, so how many hours?
3 days worth.
Members, if you have anything you want me to shred,
Are you going to be able to get up, Dawn? Are you going to be able to get up?
Don't worry about me. Don't get up yet. I'm gonna chat.
thank you.
Smack my head with them.
At 7 o'clock.
Longer than 7 hours. Not including lunch.
We did it.
So the thing is, the briefing doesn't count.
Really?
So 9:30, right?
Oh, the briefing has to count.
9:30 to 6:30.
Let's say 6:30, right? What?
9 hours.
Longer than what? 7 hours? It's longer than
Yeah, actually, yeah, they're gonna get to the extra play.
Yes.
including subtracting the lunch.
Yeah.
It was 9:30 to 6:30 is
9 hours.
9 hours minus the 1 hour lunch is 8 hours.
Yeah.
I mean, it's 7 hours. So you'll get the extra pay no matter what.
Yes.
I think that's to go past 6 together.
Beautiful.
Put that in the Florida fund.
No.
So this is so delayed.
Yeah,
that
I
it's
don't
still
know
streaming.
contribution to your shredder.
Thank you. The members. There's such a lag between YouTube and what's happening that they're still streaming the members.
Yeah.
Everybody got so I'm just looking for you.
So we get 460, 560, 660, 735 for today.
That's good. That's the most that we've never gotten over.
No, never. Well, this is a new policy. It's only 3 months old.
I know, so
And
great.
we're thankful.
We're rocking today. That's good.
Well, you won't be here. This might happen again. Oh yeah, the next year, because apparently it's huge too.
How do I turn this computer off? Where's the?
You go to the little blue thing,
Yeah.
and you go that little power.
Oh, I see
sync.
the power. Yeah. I
Yeah.
always.
There you go.
I don't use this computer enough to remember. Thank you, Don. Oh, so that was good. So that was like time and a half.
What's your other situation? What's your diagnosis?
Oh, yeah. I will.
Yeah, not a problem. Anytime, seriously. It could have been more fish.
Oh, really? I didn't even know what the extra was.
Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, no, mine was spot on.